of Uncle BJ based on Kyla and her relationship with Uncle BJ and things. And she'll tell Tiara certain, and this was some years back. We're still living in Ocean Springs. I think she maybe some years back, and I was like, hey, that's their relationship. And I had to break it down to her, like, no, that's their relationship. You don't form an opinion on somebody, especially family wise, like that. You have your own relationship with him and so forth, and you have that opinion based on yours relationship. You can't compare and then have some kind of way. So that's what I was trying to protect. That's what I was trying. Like I said, you all y'all don't see that family like that. So whenever we do see them, whatever opinions, that's why I
Right.
was like,
And they know that too, because they literally said, they're like, yeah, but I feel like Aunt Nikki, she be too like heartfelt, like she don't want to talk about like the detail, like like she be, and I was like, yeah, she comes from like she's trying to protect stuff like that, and they're like, yeah, exactly, and I said, but you know where that comes from? And I was like, that comes from Nana, and they're like, yeah, and then Bryson wasn't listening, and then Joshua was like, Bryson, did you hear what he said? Like, listen, he came from Nana. Like, he's right. And then we're saying how I said, because that's what Nana did. I said, Nana never talked about Granddaddy anyway or her family members because of that. Because she was trying to protect the family and stuff like that. And then I said same thing with like Aunt Lily told me like recently that she had a conversation with Aunt Frankie, and she was about to be real irritated and talk to her crazy one time, but then she was like, "Oh," um, but then Nana stopped her and was like, "That's still your aunt, and that's still my sister. So no, you need it. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, we're not gonna talk about all that." So in other words, she was still protecting people. But then I also said, this is the same woman though that suffered in silence, that wanted to keep everything to herself and protect everybody. So like she wanted to fabricate stuff so much that she literally had a disease for like mad years and didn't tell nobody. That's the same logic. So all I'm saying, that's why I kept saying when I was talking to y'all on the phone when this first happened, I was just saying how like it comes a point where I understand like where our things is, but it comes to a point where you have to take time to be like, okay, something is wrong here. Let me like we gotta play something differently. And that thing I
yeah,
think is I think we all need to be real raw and transparent about things because now it's really too like sometimes it's too late. You know what I'm saying? And like it is what it is. I feel like obviously yes when you're a little kid I understand that, but like when you're in a time where you're conscious, sometimes it just wakes you up. Like when Nana passed away, I like mom. I kid you not, because I even talked to Bryson about this. You already know. When I was 14, before Nana passing, and then 14 after Nana passing, I was not the same type of teenager at all. I went through I was dealing with stuff for the first time. I saw the repercussions of it. Like I said, I dealt with you, and then it lingered on. We had it, you know what I'm saying? I dealt with you having to heal from that as my own mother and seeing how that translated and stuff like that. Like I wasn't the same person, and that's because the situation is different. So it's like we all grow up because of this stuff a little bit. So it's like I feel like that's why we have like we're all curious for a reason. Like we're ready for it. That's why it's even to even find the problem in it. That means how you know that's like okay, we're aware. We're able to um differentiate the two. Like I am, like Granny told me stuff about Nana like 2 3 years ago, and I still think about Nana the same way because I understand that's just his opinion, but it was still like truth to it, I guess. Um, or
what did he
whatever.
say?
Okay, he told me.
You can tell me later because there are some things, and that's um. But I guess he told you you said he told you this 2 3 years ago.
Yeah,
I guess he figured you're older or whatever. But whatever he said, I mean, I don't know what he said. If it's anything like what he told me when I was younger,
yeah, I
or
understand. There's a bias. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But
but see,
now,
but see, sweetie, that's for you. You have a maturity to see that.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Everyone, mom. But so if you saying I have the maturity to see that, then why didn't you tell me when I asked? So if I have the
No,
maturity,
son, you have. I see the maturity of you seeing that now. Listen,
what
and I'm
James?
going back, sweetie. I'm going back to what I said initially. I'm human. I'm not perfect. I'm sorry. I'm not perfect.
I
And whenever you
understand,
ask,
mom.
no, and when you ask me certain, and I just explained to you, when you ask me certain things, I told you. Did I tell you the full fledged version of whatever? Certain things. No, I didn't.
Okay.
Because, and I just told you why. But number one, you're older now. Number two, you're older than I told you some things and everything, and you could probably ask me some things, and maybe I did not know. But bottom line is,
See, I'm trying to
no,
think.
it's not like I know everything,
I
son.
know.
It's not. And so, and I can give you my opinion about certain things. Some things I can tell you that I know. And whenever I talk and tell all those things, I try to be I always try to be objective, you know,
Right.
and stuff.
Well, mom.
And yes,
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
the thing with Uncle B. John Lee, that had gone on for years, you know,
I'm not.
and everything. And I just so I'll try to be as and tell you as much as you want to know, and because now you're coming into a place. And also, if you were to broke it down, I'm not even gonna say if you would have broke it down. All I'm saying is, I'm human. I already told you why I didn't say certain things. I gave you a filtered version of those things, and but now you want the full open truth. Okay, this is what's up. Okay, as far as um, bright Uncle BJ's kids, yes, whatever questions they have, I have no problem saying. Y'all want to know?
No,
Everybody want to know?
I'm
Okay.
saying, mom. I'm saying all this to tell you, that's what's gonna happen. Well, that's what they want. Like they're about to ask you stuff, and you're the only one. Because Aunt Lily, at the end of the day, was way younger compared to you and Uncle BJ's distance. And at one point, it was just y'all two for a minute, because Aunt Lily wasn't even allowed to leave out the house. She was a kid. So you're the one that have the most like unique relationship with him, and that's why I'm shoot. And like I said, I've always noticed that. So it's like they're gonna ask you, and they don't need the water version, especially not Joshua.
Whatever
I'm
they
telling you,
ask, I
mom,
don't,
mom, I'm telling you, Joshua does not need a water version right now. He does not.
sweetie, sweetie, I'm not going to give anybody a filtered or whatever version. I don't have a problem talking, but also I'm not going to say that doesn't know anything. And she was older. She saw and observed certain things. There's things that she saw. There's some things that she's seen. She has her own
Right.
relationship. She has her thing.
But Mike, but
Then
I'm
they were
talking
there.
about.
They hold on. They were there when I left to go to school. You know, so
But
she was
no, but what
at the
about the
house.
but Uncle BJ was out the house by that point. You
There have
grew
been
up with
times.
him.
No, there. Yes, but he also came home. There have been times when Uncle BJ left and he came back. You know,
But
and
but
stuff.
but okay. But I'm so more so thinking about the times when he was literally coming up, like literally with you.
Yeah,
Like I
yeah.
said, like that's what I'm thinking about. Like those are those times, where you are aware. Everybody still remembers. Like, why do you think Tiara still remembers that time Dad threw me on the bed? You know what I'm saying? She remembers that more than I do because she was around. She was right there. Nevaeh was around. I mean, no, you weren't actually. I'm sorry, but
What are you talking about?
well, yeah, like when Tiara brings that up because I also went to Tiara at the time because I was my sister when it bothered me like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, um, so it's like that's why. That's important. But 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 this was my example when I was trying to tell y'all in that moment of like I feel like whatever was like like you know what I was saying, like how Nana gonna pass away 10 years and this feels like ain't no real growth, like ain't no real change. It was because like I feel like whatever habits we had, we just keep going back to them, and that's not healthy because obviously it's not working. And you know, and but yeah, that's what he was. They're gonna ask as far as you, I think. But that was it, and then we just started talking in general. like I said, we just started talking in general for a minute, and then uh, to one thing is what I think happened and what they think happened is not the same, and I don't necessarily like what I'm saying. I didn't say what I think happened to them, but what they think happened is like they said something like they think that like wait, what was the autopsy released?
Ali called me today. They're still, as far as the stuff they haven't found yet, they're still looking into some stuff is going to be longer and they short staff and everything and stuff. But they ruled that there is no blood, there's no this and the other, bunch of like overly stuff. So they're still looking, and it's going to take a while as far as that. In a nutshell,
Because they said that she said that as of now they're
the
thinking.
toxicology report.
Okay, I didn't even know that was a thing. Neve, you know this is kind of what mom wanted to do with her degree, criminology. This kind of what
No.
she wanted. Oh,
No, yeah. Criminal justice has a variety
criminal
of things.
justice. I thought you wanted to do criminology.
No.
Yeah. You see how mom don't talk about her career, bro. Every time I see you, that's another thing. When I ask mom about her stuff, she used to be like,
Rashawn, what did you ask? What did you ask?
I asked, remember, because, oh, you know what? I'm not even, I ain't trying to drag this conversation, but one thing I asked a lot was, sometimes I'm aware y'all just don't have the answer to. It's okay. It's like, whenever you remember when I told you I moved to Florida and I had to tell people where I was from? I said Mississippi. Yeah. And then that was for the first time I really, really had to really hit and think like, why am I in Mississippi? Like actually, I don't have no family, you know what I'm saying? And it just, you know what I'm saying?
You don't have no family in Mississippi.
Huh?
Yeah. You don't have any family in Mississippi.
Mom, I'm saying like I didn't have like granddaddy was there, yes, and it was because of that. But every time I asked you and dad, truly, it was always like, I mean, we just here and I was just like, I was like, well, it feels like you just wanted to work full time, but then it's like, but then you're like, oh, well, it's supposed to be temporary. But then when it's like y'all didn't really have the answer to like why. It was like, okay, like that was temporary, but it wasn't. So
I told you, but we went to Mississippi. I told you this. We went to Mississippi. Well, we went to Mississippi because no, you're older now. Listen. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to force or put my feelings or whatever or different things on you guys. We went to Mississippi because your dad wanted to work at the church. He wanted to separate from the military and work at the church. Was that what I wanted to do at the time? No. I did not want to move to Mississippi. I did not want to do that. Your dad was set in his mind that he wanted to do that, and we did that.
Can't wipe your face.
Okay?
You wipe your face, but I'm trying to take you serious, so you got... Neve, is this not crazy? Like, wow. I'm glad... I'm glad mom still has a brush routine, though. She's brushing real hard. In every corner. Get it? I don't brush my tongue. I haven't brushed my tongue in years. I don't do that no more.
Rashawn.
Mom, it's nasty. It's like nasty. And it feels weird.
Rashawn, you're supposed to brush your listen, you brush your teeth, you brush your gums, you brush your roof, and you brush your tongue.
I never
Now we're off topic.
Neve, I don't think you've done that either. Your tongue. I remember one time I used to have that little triangle looking thing you used to go like at with.
Oh, that thing. Yeah, scrape your tongue, yeah.
Must be throwing up. Must be throwing up. It's nasty. Like, that tongue not getting washed.
That's the main point, though. Got a little sidetrack.
But yeah, it's like that statement alone, I used to always ask, and I never got, a straight answer. And I was one. But I understand. To me, it was just like, hey, I guess my dad wants to work for, in the ministry, but it always sounded like temporary. But then it had all these problems and issues, and it was like, You know, like even financially, like Dad always says he has never had a raise for all this time, and it's like, but nobody asked you to do this. So like that's where my head came at later. It was like nobody told you to do this. Like we could leave. And then I know later Dad was like oh I had friends and stuff like that. So it's like now I have a little high school life or something like that. But it's like, man, we came here in 2006.
Yeah.
I mean,
the thing about it, sweetie, is number one, as parents, we're not perfect. Number one.
oh my gosh, I'm not saying you're perfect or not.
No, I know that, but also, and then also we make the best decisions at the time that we know to do. And then sometimes you may add something as when you're younger, and it may be a filtered version. It's not a lie. It's a filtered version.
I'm not
You
saying.
know, and sometimes it's not as planned. For example, honestly,
Yo, what's happening? Like, yo, the man, I'm just telling you right now, I don't be brushing my teeth this hard, and that's why I'm glad Mom's never been in that bathroom with me brushing my teeth in years. I don't be brushing my teeth that hard. I might brush my teeth for 15 seconds.
Rashawn, the part don't.
And
The
I'm done.
purpose is to clean your mouth. Walk around and you breath and breath. You clean your mouth. You clean your mouth.
Well, I'd rather never been stinky.
But anyway, as and then sometimes things may not be as go as planned. Like this is the intent and this is the plan, and it just doesn't fall like that because of this circumstance or that circumstance. You know, and so like for example, when we moved in Ocean Springs on North 11th Street. Yes, and y'all say it all the time. Y'all say that all the time. We're supposed to be temporary, this and the other. Well, in actuality, yes, it was supposed to be temporary. Number one, I was always looking at different homes. At one time, I found something, but I was just like, I really don't feel like moving right now.
Okay.
And then later, I kept looking, and we didn't find anything that fit for us to move to at that time and stuff. It just didn't work out like that. But I was always looking. And then as far as getting on base temporary here, getting on base, we have went and tried to do the list before then. But when we first found out about it and stuff, and Anita, she got in first. And then later, when that happened with us, remember, because then at that point we had to leave, and we're still looking and finding anything. And then, but it was we got it in. Someone knew your granddad, and your dad that was in that office that helped us, that got us in. In other words, got us ahead of the list because there's a list of people trying to get in this spot. A list. It was a long list of people trying to move in. And because the person and your granddad and your dad, we were bumped up on the list. And how we got in. I mean, life just be life. Just period, point blank. Things happen and so forth. And as kids, me and your dad's job has always been, what we wanted to do was preserve y'all's innocence. And with that, certain things was filtered because some stuff was just beyond your understanding. It was too intricate, too much. And I'm not saying as far as family, I'm just saying period. Some things we could have just been more just clear about it. And in hindsight, it's like, oh, well, we could have done more or said more or whatever. But that goes back to, I'm not perfect. And in hindsight, I wish, or I would have done that differently. Or I would have, you know what I'm saying? And so, that's why I'm constantly, whenever I realize, I constantly ask you guys, is there anything bothering you, or do you feel any kind of way, or or if it's about something, but tell me. I've always been big with that because of the family and other things that I've always said to you guys, if it's something tell me, she was in school, and she was the 8th grade when she was having all those. And we met with the teachers, we met with them all, and I was always there and I had her back and asked her in front of them, is there anything that's going on and that you don't like? Is it anything? Because when I went to those conferences, it was for her back. Tell me what I can do something about it. She tell me when she gets in high school, 2 years later, well, the teacher, I asked you this. The teacher, I asked you this. I can't do anything about it now. And I find out I could have done something about it then. But
Yeah, I know that was great on your part.
but as the family, yeah, I will when they I plan on when we do go, I plan on talking with them. I want them to talk, get all the feelings out. I want them any questions. Um and I have no problem. They want to know something. I will answer to the best of my ability from my understanding. I'm not going to understand and know everything, but from my understanding, I will talk with them and answer their questions or concerns. I will do all of that. You know.
I understand, Mom, cause remember, like, okay, let's just say even like recently when I was on the phone with you, and then I was saying how like I was like, hey, um, I found out that Aunt Lily never knew about Tiara moving out the house, and and then I kind of,
Yeah.
and then like no, cause you always said like, well, Rashawn, if you kind of, dig a little, and I was like, no, like trust me, I have done that. The things I've known, I have gotten, I have pressed a little bit, and I've been like, Mom, like it's like what like the thing about like your perspective on Nana and Granddaddy, like I really had to like keep pressing and asking and stuff like that for you to really be like to get it like Rich Mom. I'm able to know, like I need to understand this. And then
Mm-hmm.
same thing like with recently, like you were giving me a lot of putback when I was asking you about like I was that kind of I didn't tell that's on Lily, but personally I was like kind of taken aback, and I was like, Mom, is there a reason why you didn't talk to Aunt Lily? Like after I told you this when I was at Howard last year, and then you weren't saying nothing. Then finally you kind of decided to tell me how you felt. You see what I'm saying? Like I had to really dread. You kind of had to really squeeze it out of you a little bit. And
Mm-hmm.
I mean that's kind of why Tiara didn't. That same logic is why Tiara didn't tell you about her teacher. She had to get squeezed out of it a little bit. Like whatever reason why you kept this to yourself was kind of why Tiara kept the teacher thing to herself. It's just like just a passed on trait, like protecting your own self or something like that. I don't know. That's what I see it as. That's why when you be telling me like Rashawn, why you keep telling me things on a need to know basis, man? It's just the same thing. Sometimes it's just like innately in me. I guess I try not to be, but I mean that's how it be sometimes. There's sometimes when you ask me how I'm doing, I'm like I'm doing okay. Cause to me it's like there's no point in tell you like anything else. It's like as far as like you know, like to me like I am fine. But as far as like to complain about something, like to me complaining never worked. So it's like I'm not about to sit here and just complain. Like I'm about to try to do
Well,
something.
no. When you ask me, when I ask you how are you doing, I need you to really tell me how
No,
you're
no,
doing.
no. But I am though. I am though. But I'm saying like it could be something as simple as like I'm doing fine, but I gotta like, you know what I'm saying? I gotta cram this and this, and I feel like this and da 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 la la la. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know.
Well, then, but you should tell me that. Now, number one, because I should understand how you're feeling. That's important. One thing that's very, very important is that you tell me. And so, number one, I know what's going on with you. Like, oh, he has a lot going on. He has this, he has that. And if he is, and then if I can give some words of wisdom, because it doesn't take away the fact that you have this assignment, that assignment to do.
I mean, I told you
But
that certain things like when it really bothers me. Like for example, when I was with the band, don't you remember when I was telling you? I was like, Mom, I'm thrown off right now. I was like, my whole confidence is messed up. Remember I told you
yeah,
that? Like
yes.
yeah, that was real. Like that was a real moment of like, because usually the thing that gets me by in this life has been like honestly just like like I just know myself and I'm confident. You know what I'm saying with God and all stuff like that. But when it came to like times when it really is like, dang, I got all this going on. Like yeah, I'm gonna say it if you ask. It's just like, shoot. I mean that's true. Like whenever like when I was moving to Florida and I had to like pay for all the like whenever I was donating plasma and stuff like that. Like I really
yes. I was like, Rashawn,
I mean
why? Listen, because the thing about it is this: you don't know yet because you're not there in life. Thank God, but at the same time, you are our child, and so I can see people out there doing that if they didn't have a choice or they really are out there like that. But you have family that loves you. You have parents that love you. So and you know how you know why it was even to that extent for me that I was upset. I know how you are with needles, shots. And so for you to go through that rather than tell me and your dad that you need more money, that you don't have it, what in the world? It's not, listen, it's not like you just did and you like, it's not like you just moved on your own and was wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's, 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 it's not, you have full support. And we understand that you needed some help. And so it's like, what? No different than now. It's like, okay, like, which I need to check your account, but it's like
shoot,
no
I don't
different
know how.
now.
I haven't touched
And
I made a payment
huh,
since I made a payment since November. Like I mean since February. My fault. Nah, but keep going. I mean it's true,
you
I
don't,
haven't.
you haven't used any money.
No, not really. No. I mean
Well, I
I
gotta
haven't
look because you have stuff coming out automatically, so I gotta make sure. See you.
well
That's what I'm
I
saying.
gotta make sure to turn it off then because that shit.
I told you that your
Adobe.
that as well as the money coming out goes to your Keysler, comes out
Oh.
automatically goes to Keysler, which isn't bad, but the money we put in there is for you to use now, not to
Right.
go into your savings account.
My yeah, I told you I still have it set up from when I did have my own
I
money coming
know,
in.
yeah. And so then it's like, so there's been plenty of times when I put money in your account to make sure you're good where you are now, and I was like, where's the money? And then I look, it's like it went out into Keysler. I'm like, but you don't need that right. You need the money now. And
Right.
so anyway, um, so it's important that I just, when something's up, we need you to. I really do want to know how you're doing. Make sure you're good. And some things are just you got to grow through. I have to grow through this. And you do, and then some. But at least we know how you're doing.
Well, yeah, and that's what I said. I tell you, but I'm saying like the times when I'm a little hesitant on telling you, or why I'm just like I was just comparing how the same way you didn't feel like telling me really what was happening is what I
No, it
do.
wasn't. Honestly, sweetie, it wasn't so much that I didn't feel like telling you. It wasn't that. It was I was trying to explain or figure out how. I was trying to figure out what is it. I was trying to figure it out myself. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Exactly of why. It's like I knew why, but it's like at the same time trying to figure out why. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, like you never really thought about or processed why you did that. It probably just yeah, and that's why I
And
also brought
so
it to your attention.
and it wasn't like um purposely. Now let me ask you something real quick.
Hmm.
When you were there, so I have an understanding. When you were there and you said you were talking to Lily when you were at the restaurant, whatever like that, you said that she was upset with me or had a problem with me.
No, I said that I said that at one point she said that she had like a feeling of resentment at one point a while back a little bit because of like how she felt like she was doing some things on her own. Like it was like, yeah, you can call, you can help, but it's like you're far away. You know what I'm saying? Like resentment in the sense of like you weren't here. you know. And to her, it's like a flight isn't too, like, you know, like, like she was like, you don't gotta bring the whole family and stuff like that. You can just come yourself, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we got things over here, like, we trying to see you, type thing. So it was kind of like feeling by herself and dealing with it, you know, like how you have dad and stuff like that and everything, and um, so you just felt like you could have shown up. You know what I'm saying? That's what she was saying.
So she felt like she was doing things on her own, and I should have come.
No, she was just saying she missed you, basically. Like, that's what the gist of it is. Like, she's alone. She would have missed physically her sister. You know what I'm saying? And her brother missed you as well. That's kind of what it was going for. And then I thought it was interesting because I said it myself. How I think, you remember, I was like, yeah, you might want to come over. So I thought it was like confirmation in a way of like, oh, like, yeah, man, I think you should, you know. But then after what I saw, and I saw how just broken everything felt. Like I told you that. Like, I mean, how like it just felt everything felt like everybody's just like putting on a face type thing. Like it didn't feel like the same environment. It felt very broken. Like everybody has something going on, and it was like either I say it right now or I don't. Like everybody has something going on, and it's like if we're smiling, it's because we're smiling because we're not bringing up what the real elephant is in the room. That's kind of what the vibe was feeling like with everybody, you know. So that's what she that's what that was. It was like, yeah, like she just, I guess, miss you type thing.
It's real easy for someone to say, "Oh, just hop on a plane and come."
Yeah, but
It's real.
also they don't. But then this is why I told Bryson and Joshua. I was like, I was like, I was like, granddaddy, because I bring up the fact that like, my mom is part of this family too, man. My mom has her things that don't make sense as well, and I was like, and really, granddaddy needs to handle some stuff. And I said like, I was like, how granddaddy, what I said. I said, how granddaddy. I was like, granddaddy has only came to see my mom like how many times, and I was like, and then I was counting the times, and I was like, whoa, like besides our birthday and stuff like that. But I was like, wait, no, that was only me, and I think Tiara, and with me, it was in North Carolina. Like he didn't really have to go nowhere. But I was just saying, did he show up for Tiara? Really? Yeah. So
Granddaddy came here. He visited since we moved away,
wait,
and
wait, 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 wait. Wait, I'm gonna say it because I think I got it right. I said Granddad has only came 2 times. I said once when we were in Montgomery, and then the second time for my graduation. I was like, out of her whole life, and I was like, that's kind of messed up. I was like, like Granddad wants to see him, but it's like, obviously my mom has her life out here, and like it is what it is. But he never like went out his way to go visit us. And not just me, but specifically my mom, and that's what I'm saying. Like that's an issue, you know. And then if he wasn't more of a practice of that, maybe everybody else would have found the urge to want to
honestly,
find it well
Rashawn,
too.
honestly, truth be told, last year when we were there for that week, when I was there, and because I wanted to have a conversation with him in person, and when I was there, I was planning on having a conversation, a real conversation with him, me and him.
And he got sick.
But then I got sick, and I was trying to stay away from him because with his cancer, I didn't want it to get. I didn't want him to have to deal with that. I didn't know how it affect. I didn't know any of that. But then he ended up getting it anyway, though, which sucked. Yeah. But yeah. But
What she
I
said
was
to
really.
That shit, yeah, that's unfortunate. Listen, that was so random how I got sick. I was mad. I was like, are you kidding me? Why am I
Actually, you
sick
know
in the
what?
middle of spring?
Actually, I think you got sick when we were on the airplane at the airport. I remember when we were there and someone was coughing bad, and I was like, it wasn't too far away from us, but I guess I guess you got it.
No,
And
seriously, what was up? No, my immune system is trash last year. I got sick 3 times.
And so you got it, and then me and you were sharing a bed, sharing a room, and then I ended up getting it.
Yeah, I was stuck to you.
And then it was
single times.
And so, but yeah, I was planning on having a real conversation, and I actually, truth be told,
Do I look?
I plan on, huh?
Nothing. I was gonna say something else. I'll say it later.
What were you looking at?
I was looking at myself. I was gonna say, do I look scruffy? Like, do I look bad right now? Because I feel like,
a little scruffy, yeah.
A little scruffy on the side,
It's because now I got some hair, but it's like, it's just untamed. Like I'm waiting for my braids. Like, my friend gonna put braids in my hair. I mean, not put braids. You know what I mean? Braid in my hair, not putting braids in my hair.
But yes, I was planning on having a conversation with him. And stuff. And I was planning on having a conversation just period. I was already planning on doing that. But, yeah, today is Monday. It happened. We found out on Thursday evening.
Thursday evening was like the middle of the day.
Well, yeah. Well, later in the day, like 4 or 5 o'clock.
Not later, because we left early in the morning, and then we came back. It was like maybe like an hour or 2 after we came back.
You were outside when you heard it, Mom?
I walked out. Well, when I called her back, I walked outside and I came inside because me and Nevaeh, we're just trying to figure out. We're trying to handle this house situation because we had to go ahead and handle that. That's what as I talked to you about. Yes, I was trying to handle that because, and we did because
I haven't heard nothing about that yet. I forgot.
Well, because of all
right,
that.
I know.
We're going into the same floor plan that we have now.
When?
This month.
The end of this month.
Nah, you need to push that back, bro.
Rashawn, I talked to you about
Please.
this.
No,
Rashawn,
I'm not saying you. I'm talking hypothetically, rhetorically, whatever. I'm just talking. I'm just like, please, because
I understand. Man. I understand, and so all I can say is, I always try to be careful with your stuff. So they're supposed to have movers to help us pack up and everything, but I'll do that part. I'll make sure your stuff is the best of my ability.
No, Dad's gonna throw away stuff. I already know. He's gonna throw it away.
Your dad's not gonna touch any of your stuff, sweetie. Your stuff, you have to do that. We're not gonna touch.
Dad's not in the right headspace right now. I already know.
Rashawn, no, that is not true.
It is. He hasn't mourned.
But that's one of the conversations that I'm gonna have with my dad. I mean, you want to be up front? Well, okay.
With my dad.
They said,
huh? I was talking about my dad.
I said with my dad. With my dad.
I know, but I was talking about my dad.
Okay.
No, wait. No, I was talking about. No, I thought we were talking about the house.
Rashawn, you know how Mom flips you topic to topic. This is what she just did.
Mom, that was a crazy segue because you said dad. I think it just brought back the other dad. But I'm talking about my dad, not your dad. I'm talking about granddad.
No, but your dad is not going to throw away any of your stuff.
No, but I'm saying dad is not in a headspace of. I already know. Dad's thinking, let me do this for my family, man. I ain't gonna stay strong. and that's great. But now dad's gonna forget that he's still a human too. And then he gonna be very irritable and then be sad and mad at the same time. And then there goes something. And then somebody's gonna ask him about it. And then he's gonna be like, then the Edward spirit is gonna come on. Then he's gonna be like, and next thing you know, I hear my stuff on the floor. So I'm just gonna say, guy, let it go away. Like, I detach away from it.
Are you listening?
You can have it, Lord.
Are you listening? Are you listening?
Yes.
Okay, number 1, your dad will not throw any of your stuff away.
Okay.
He will not. So that's your concern when you were saying that because you didn't want any of your stuff to be thrown away? Let me tell you this right. Let me tell you now why. I'm going to tell you your stuff isn't going to be thrown away, okay? Because we had already started. Earlier this year, after you left, we had already started, because because we knew it was going to happen. So we had already started boxing like stuff up in your room.
I remember
like
that
area. And even if I was like, no, I said, we're putting all his stuff in a box. I said, we're not getting rid of anything unless it's actually like straight up, we know trash.
Right.
But we're not putting up, I said, we're not getting all your stuff. And that's what I told you. When you came home, I was like, this is labeled. No, this was before you came home for Christmas. This is before you saw the boxes over there. This is labeled. And this is what this is. This is what that is. We put everything in a box. We have not gotten rid of anything. We're not going to get rid of anything. You have to, go through that stuff, yourself.
If you could, Mom, when you go, I would like, Neve, listen to, because this is my stuff. You're my sister. You should be helping me out. Thanks. If you can do everything else and put it in wherever, but when it comes to my room, if you, like, on one singular load, just open the garage door, take the U-Haul truck, and just put everything inside, and then everything that's inside, just tuck it all out and throw it in the garage on the floor. And then that's how you separate between my stuff and y'all stuff, because it's still in the garage. That's what I'm saying. Like, try not to put anything in the garage of the new house. Just put my stuff in the garage, so then I can literally handle all that when I get there.
What I plan to do is, as soon as we get the keys to the house, I plan to sweep up the garage and mop the garage and then lay your rug down.
Okay. What? That means you have to take the rug off the floor. I don't got.
That's in here. You know, we can't keep the rug. That's in here. We gotta take it with us. You know that, right?
Yes.
So, and lay it down, and
Good thing I kept my drumstick.
And they will put, and then we will put. I will try to put your stuff on one side, but actually, everything will be labeled, and so try to label everything per room. So what I want to, because I'm trying to get it. This is what I'm trying to do. I want us, and then have it labeled what room, and they'll put the boxes in the room, so it should be limited to what would have to be in the garage. You get what I'm saying? So, it'll be limited. I'm trying to make it as easy and as organized as possible. You know, just as possible. But I do have some news to share with you. I know you like to hear the news. You don't want to wait or anything like that. So I do have some news that I have to share with you, okay?
More?
Yes.
Yep.
Are you finished with classes today?
Yes.
Ty didn't make it.
Who's Ty?
Cousin Ty, Aunt Chris's son. Remember I told you he had to go through surgery? He had to go through surgery for his heart surgery. He had to go through surgery, and he didn't make it.
You didn't tell me he was in the hospital?
Well, I guess with everything with Uncle BJ, that got past me. I'm sorry. But that happened right before we got news with Uncle. Like, that same, almost, like, it was just overshadowed. It was just, right before that happened with Uncle BJ, I found out that he had to go in the hospital, and he was going to go through surgery. And then that happened with Uncle BJ, and then I asked about, and they said that he went through surgery. They said that, okay, he's well, he went through surgery. It turns out, and this was told, I found out yesterday. He had not been, from what my sister told me, before she told me he had to go there, he was not taking his blood pressure medicine. He had not been taking it, and they were getting on him because he he had not been taking his blood pressure medicine. And while he was there, he started feeling whatever, and they had to call the ambulance for him. And he had to go through surgery. And after surgery, he didn't make it through fully. He wasn't responsive, and so forth like that.
So they ended up pulling the plug on him, basically.
He didn't wake up, and he had brain, and they said he was brain dead. He wasn't responsive, and stuff like that. He wouldn't wake up, and so I don't know if they actually had to pull the plug or he just, all I know is he didn't make it.
Wow.
Your dad wanted me to wait to tell you, but I was like, Rashawn wants to know. Would you rather me waited to tell you, or would you want to know?
I mean, no, I don't mind knowing. I didn't really have that close of a relationship with him like that, for real. So I did talk to him on the phone recently, thankfully through Aunt Lily, but I never went out my way to speak to him on the phone on my own. So that sucks that we never really got to meet up in DC like we were supposed to.
Yeah.
And that's kind of my fault for not doing anything. I know I got his number through you once or twice, and I still never reacted. This just happened today?
Yesterday I got the call. I think it happened yesterday morning. I found out yesterday morning.
Man, this is just like this is a lot going on. So, like, are you okay, man? This is like it's a lot going on right now.
Yeah, I had a moment yesterday. I found out yesterday at church.
At church?
That's when I found out.
When? Where was that at?
We were teaching grads. I had actually walked out the room because I was trying to get the internet to work, and Lily called me. I didn't answer. I was going to call her back. But then while I was trying to get the thing to work, I kept getting alerts from a messenger because indeed Dee is his sister. She had a group, and she was letting all of us know, and it kept going off and off and on, everybody responding. And I looked, and that's when I found out. But
did you tell Dad right then, or what?
No, whenever there's a break. Because he came and he was inquiring me, like, what was going on, all the alerts. And that's when I told him. And so, so health. I went to the gym. I'm dressed. I'm going to the gym today. No, really, son. I refuse. I don't want to put you all in that position. I don't want that. I don't know what's going on. The men, it's just, he didn't take his blood pressure medicine. He was young. That was my little cousin, Little Ty, I remember, and I'm fortunate enough to where we saw him. You weren't there. You were in Florida when we saw him last at Lily's that summer when we went, and they came. But you saw him during when we had this quote unquote reunion type thing.
Yeah, and I talked to him on the phone.
And you talked to him. Yeah, and you talked to him, huh?
So that was a very fun cookout. That was the best 4th of July I ever had. I still remember that. That's also why I got semi-sacks. I remember the video of us in the pool and Ty pushed Joshua in the pool.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Again,
wow.
That's also why I got sacks. I was like, the memories of, I'm like, he just seems like such a cool and like.
Oh, that's what, because you were just meeting, yeah, because then Nevaeh actually interacted with him at the pool. I remember the pool. He was, at the pool.
And I talked to him when you saw him the next year.
Yeah, because he was at the pool with them, and so Nevaeh actually got a chance to get to know him some. And then whenever we were there at Ali's house that following year, and they came, you talked to him then, because you remember. So she started. So yeah, Nevaeh took it kind of, bad when I told her, and stuff. And then, but then next year, his daughter, because he has 2 kids,
Yeah, no, I was thinking about his kids too. His daughter is Sammy with me, and he
I
was
don't
younger.
remember that.
For him.
Yeah, well, you don't remember the kids because it was a house full. It was a house full, but they got the chance to meet him and talk to him whenever we were there the following year, whenever it was just that family.
Well, barely because she got sick with COVID that year.
Yeah, she got sick with COVID. But yeah, so I just thought about my little cousin, but it was good to see him then. But yeah, so but my biggest thing, and that's why I want you to know: have you been taking your blood pressure medicine?
Yes.
So you medicine
Daily?
Not daily, but I was at one point.
Take your medicine.
You need to take your medicine daily, like you're supposed to. Make it a habit to take it the same time every day.
Okay.
And also, are you still exercising like you were doing? That you started? Are you still doing it?
I took a pause because of all this stuff going on with class and stuff. But yes, I will start again.
The cool thing that y'all still have a stairwell, right?
I'm not going up and down the stairs, Mom.
He's taking them. He's probably taking them.
I'm really not doing that. Like, I'm really not doing that. And what do you mean we still have one? Like, they teleported? Like, of course. Like,
no, I don't remember how it was set up, and so I didn't know if like the setup is you only have access for emergency or if you could just take it. I know you have the elevator, so that's why I asked. Yeah. I didn't know how it was set up. So, he was young, and
he was what, 40s, 30s. Which one?
I don't know. I think he's in his late 30s.
Oh,
if not, because I'm.
Like, I don't know how much you...
Either he's in his late 30s or early 40s.
You talk to Aunt Chris?
No. I'm not talking to Aunt Chris right now. Aunt Chris, because I can't. Aunt Chris, first of all, is very emotional. Let me break something down for you. No, you're laughing, but pray for Aunt Chris. She took her when Nana died. But Aunt Chris just lost her brother. She just lost her nephew. Of her dead sister's son, and she just lost her son. So I know and Aunt Chris loves fiercely. I know she's not doing well. It's a lot. I know. I'm pretty sure she has her moments where like all of it comes in waves, and so I know. Like I said, I know it probably comes in waves, and like she has times when it's good, and then it hits her. But that's a lot for her right now. You know, her brother, her nephew, and her son. So, so just please keep her in prayer. Keep Dee in prayer.
This is ridiculous.
And so that's why I said, you know what? I don't know what's going on my mom's side of the family, but as far as me, I'm not going to continue that part. And I don't want to put my kids, my family through this. And so that's what I said. I'm going to the gym.
Because, Mom, I'm going to tell you right now, I joke around and say that I can handle some things, but on my own, I needed no basis. But if you were to pass away, man, I wouldn't be able to. Man, I'll be out for who knows. Like I won't be the same Rashawn for a minute. For minutes. You know what I'm saying? This Howard degree might not happen. You know, I'm so serious. It might not happen for a while. Like,
no, you all will always be okay because God has you, and He will get just like God is getting me through this. But guess what? I'm gonna do my part to not put y'all in a situation to that. So I'm making sure I go to the gym. I'm going to the gym. If I'm gonna go. Look like right now I'm gonna just go to the class this evening since I didn't do that part. But I am going to the.
I was like, when you were still in college, I was like, you gonna go to the gym soon?
I was supposed to already go, but I'm making a point to work out and I'm trying to do better eating.
What about Aunt Lily?
Huh?
Ty because she actually talked to him way more often.
No, he went over to her house, so you know.
Yeah.
You never know the relationship.
Honestly, I think all of us are the same. Hard, but
I mean, a lot of stuff is kind of going on, so it's kind of.
she asked how you took it when I told you. I said, like all of us. I said you took it hard initially. I said, but it's waves. Have you had your moments where it was rough, or how's it been for you so far since I've told you?
I told you, I was, you know, having a moment, I guess, when we were on the phone. But when we got off the phone, I really had a moment and kind of cried real hard, and then kind of kept it moving. That first day, like I said, it kind of where I still stand, but like after that, I kind of just slowly came to terms with it and stuff like that. But I already know, like, it's only because, you know, I have other things to do and stuff. But like when it comes down to like the actual funeral or like us having experiences where we realize he's really not here, like grandma's birthday and stuff like that, like I already know it's like that's when all that stuff's gonna be hard again. But as of now, it's like I kind of got my emotions out for now, and it's unfortunate, but that's just what it is. And yeah, do you think that like I said, I quite literally never texted him. That's crazy because I remember what happened was like when I came back to go see Aunt Lily. That's when I got reminded, but we had so much stuff going on and stuff, and then I ended up going. I ended up. I just don't really see him, so I'm glad I at least I talked to what's her face. I talked to your cousin Lee or something like that.
Oh dang! It's always.
Cause then I told her like I'll see her, in a couple weeks, cause or I might see her. I said if not, she'll she'll hear from me, like I'll call her. Cause I didn't know she was going to the funeral or
not. Here, check this out. Yeah, she's gone.
You talked to her?
We texted briefly.
But you said you were gonna have a conversation with Granny. But then you somehow got that mixed up with my own dad.
No, I'm gonna have a conversation with him because I'm bothered, and so I'm gonna have a conversation. And it flows with some other stuff I'm bothered with, but I'm just bothered because they decided on certain things you're doing as far as this and stuff, and you're there, and I understand that. Decided to do it non-communication, because you're there versus communicating with me, and y'all just decided to do it. Okay, that's what you decided to do.
Like what? You didn't say what it is.
As far as everything going on, as far as planning the funeral, and this needs to be done, that needs to be done, and this, that, and the other. But what upset me that I'm going to talk to him about is the fact that they decided on a date and a time and did not communicate that with me before they set it. And that bothered me because they are there. I'm traveling. And no consideration to say, is this okay? How is this with you? Does this date flow with you? I'm down here. I do have a life here. have to decide on a date. That is, it is deciding on a date. Not saying it has to be this date. That means you get to choose. So there was no consideration for me as far as the date and the time. There's consideration for Ali. She was going to Uncle Gene's funeral, and she's coming back on this time, so we can't have that weekend. So they set that time, but honestly, that's not a good time for me. It's not a good time. I'm making it work, but there's things. Number one, we're moving. They said the house will be ready by the 23rd. The funeral's on the 19th.
If it's ready, can we just move in and still be moving out? Like,
they are working on these homes. They are with these homes. They said it. The lady told me. She said that all of these homes has to be worked on. Everybody. So once the home is, they cleared it and it's ready, they're gonna get somebody in. As far as here, everybody that's in homes that has to be done, they're trying to get them out and into the floor plan or the bedrooms that they currently have as soon as possible, because PCSing is about to happen. If you don't know what PCSing means, that means active duty military that's going to be stationed here at Keesler. They have to have a home.
They have a whole base with mad houses. Why are they?
No. I found out on base, literally base, those are officers. So I guess when what's called, I used to live here,
Mr. Greg and Miss Rachel.
Yes, I guess he was an officer in the Army.
Because they lived in the Air Force.
We're in the Air Force. I guess he was an officer in the Air Force. I don't know what he was, but they lived on base. So unless they changed it from the time that they lived here and left, but she said officers actually live on base, literally on base. So when people come in, once PCS happens, they're gonna be putting them in here. And so what's gonna happen is they have to get us out. And so then we're not gonna be given the option, like, these are your choices to choose from. They're gonna say, okay, we have this opening, this mini bedroom, you take this. It doesn't matter the location, it doesn't matter whatever it is, you don't get a choice. And they're gonna immediately, you have to get out of this house so that they can start working on the house. So there is no, just let it sit, take forever she told me something about, and I think we have the amount of time. She told me the 23rd and something of the 1st. So I don't know if that's the time limit that we have to get it cleared out or what. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure when she said it initially. I'm not sure she said she wasn't sure it was sometime around then or what. But I told it was the 23rd. But we have to get it cleared. We have to get it out because they're going to start, working and stuff on here. So, and it's not something you want to linger onto anyway, but it can't be like,
my MacBook. I don't get missed calls like that. It doesn't give me a notification. It just I literally have to go scroll.
But yeah, but anyway, that amongst other things is just not, you know, like we have like that's Easter weekend also. And have responsibilities at church to get that done. And then we're gonna turn around, get you home and all that stuff. It's just a lot. And so but they wouldn't know that because there's no communication. It was already set, already put up there and this and the other. So
Who did that?
Granddaddy and Aunt Lily, they decided. I found out afterwards. It was all that. So that's my problem.
I'm saying, why don't you do it now?
Do what now?
Like, are you able to talk to them on the phone now? Or you can't
I'm
talk
not
to
gonna
them?
talk to. I'm not gonna talk now. I'm not gonna talk about it now. At first, I was, but I'm not. I am gonna have a conversation when I get there, though, because now there's no point. It is. At first, I was gonna push and have people like, we need to change the date, but I'm not. Your dad's like, no, it's whatever, and so we're just making adjustments and just doing it, and but that's why I said I'm gonna have a conversation. I am gonna have a conversation and stuff. So it is what it is at this point. Is this your banana or that? I think that was mine. Whenever I didn't put the whole thing in my oatmeal. So so it has to clear some things up. And so, because guess what? People can't read minds, and you're gonna keep on that. Once I tell it, I'm gonna speak it and say it, and that's it.
Well, that's what I said. But you said you was gonna talk to Granddaddy when we were there recently.
Last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna talk to him. There's some things that, yes, on my mind that I wasn't talking about, and I had full intentions of talking to him about it then, but I got sick. Couldn't help that we got sick, and I got sick and had to go, and then shoot. So, and I really wanted like this conversation needed to, yeah. Like I've talked to him about something before in the past over the phone. I said it that bothered me in the past. Years ago,
What he said?
But, huh?
What he said?
What did I say?
Yeah, he said.
He didn't. He didn't believe it. I was like, well, I didn't. I said, I'm telling you, he didn't. But from then on, I guess he attempted to try to correct it. That's all you can do. I mean, this is all you can do for anybody. You can let somebody know how you feel about whatever if someone did something, and they can acknowledge it, and then either they can try to, or not.
So, how did Nana act with Uncle BJ when y'all were like in middle school time?
When we were in middle school?
Yeah, like around that age.
I mean, truth be told, from my understanding, from my memory, I could be wrong, but it was much like she did as an adult. He just, we had responsibilities to do it. It was nothing different or hard or different or anything like that. I don't remember any kind of way or anything special or anything, like Nana's just Nana, and how she was when she was by his adult, same thing. Nana was a fusser, but she was fuss about different things, but or whatever told you to do this or whatever like that.
Well, I meant like so.
Huh?
Like.
What you say?
So, like, if Uncle BJ didn't do something, like, was Nana like hard on him too?
With Nana, what?
If Uncle BJ didn't do something, was Nana hard on him too or something?
She fussed.
Because I think you told me a while ago. You said that Nana was kind of the one that used to like protect Uncle BJ when Granddad was kind of like harder on him.
I mean, she would fuss if he didn't do something or whatever. I mean, that's a time. I mean, I have to think back. It was a long time ago, but nothing stands out to where, I mean, if she was a fuss, he didn't do something, she fussed about it. And then, like, I think whatever, Granddaddy may step in, and because if he didn't do something, he may step in and say something or whatever and stuff. But she fussed about it if he didn't do something and everything, you know. But everything wasn't all bad and stuff. It was nothing. It wasn't all bad and stuff like that all the time. It wasn't like that. And so, like, there's never any good moments. It's not like that either.
I remember Lee told me that. He told me that Uncle BJ, that like Granny used to basically call Uncle BJ sorry, basically, for a lot of stuff.
He would say that. He would say that. He would. Not doing. Yeah, he would. That is true. Then do something, you know. In other words, sorry is like when, like, if someone else may say, "Why you being trifling?" You know, being trifling. Yeah.
No, that's not what I meant. I thought sorry as in like you suck. Like you're sorry at basketball. That's what I meant.
It's like you sorry, like you suck.
Yeah.
No, you sorry as in you sorry. You trifling. You know, you lazy. You know, why you?
I ain't never heard of that in that sentence in my life.
No, I heard sorry. I just think more so like pathetic.
Like, yeah, you suck. Like, you sorry at basketball.
Nah,
bro, this thing is broken.
Why would you try to straighten it? It's not plastic.
It could bend a little bit more. I think it's snapped.
Man, y'all are messing up. You over here putting the dishes away. You need to be putting dishes in the box. Work smarter, not harder.
No, they're gonna pack our stuff up. But what I'm trying to do is prep for that. Prep it. In other words, gotta go through stuff to make sure that
I didn't even know Ty was in the hospital. That's crazy. I really didn't.
Well, I'm trying to organize everything to make sure that it's as organized and flows as much as possible, because moving a whole household, that's a lot. You pack up and then to the other side. It's a lot. Yeah, the time that happened, it was quickly. Emergency room was taken, surgery. And so it's not like he was in the hospital for a while.
When was he ever in the emergency room? Like,
huh?
I don't even remember him being in the emergency room.
It was quick. It was quick. It was last week. Like towards the middle end of last week. Not the beginning of last week. So yeah. Huh? sit before, please? Yeah. Man, Anissa been, man,
But
getting out, going through the trash.
This is not good. It's been storming a lot down here.
And then pooping and peeing in the house.
ew.
Yeah, very much ew.
Doo-doo in the house.
She been getting out because it's been storming a lot here. You know, it doesn't like storms. So.
She probably wants attention too.
Yes.
Yeah, I started been observing the atmosphere, and I was like, looking kind of.
Do you want, when we move, do you want your room set up the same way?
No. I don't even want it, like, in my head, I just want you to put the boxes down, and I'm going to just slowly go through all the boxes and things that I want and don't want. And then...
I'm not going to take the stuff out the boxes, sweetie.
You're talking about as far as the couches and stuff like that?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, sure, but... everything else...
Yeah, you thought I was talking about going through your actual boxes and putting those up?
I don't know what you're going for. All I'm saying is, yeah, I don't necessarily...
Yeah, because you wanna go through that stuff to see what you want to keep and get rid of, right?
Yeah, because I mean, kind of feels like I just moved out at this point. Like, dang, like...
And that's what we all gotta do. We all have to go through our stuff, and if you were home, you would be going through. Actually, I told you to do that before, but you didn't.
I was, Mom. I should have done it. You're right. I should have kept going.
But that's what we all have to do. Go through our stuff. What we're trying to keep, what we're trying to get rid of.
One thing that Joshua and Bryson told me is that when Kyla was there when they heard the news, and Kyla kind of sat there, and she didn't look like she didn't care at all, and then she even left out the room upstairs, and she was just like being loud and like just on the phone, I guess, with her friend, and like laugh, like basically acting like a regular day went by, and you know that kind of annoyed him a lot. It's like, man, you got people, you know, like despite whatever you felt about him, it's like the people that that's gonna affect the most is stuff hurtful. You just kind of doing your own thing.
Yeah.
I feel like she might be processing it in a different way.
Yeah, she's avoiding it. That's how process.
I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna have a talk with her when I go there too, because I don't know. I feel like she's holding on to some stuff.
She got a lot of stuff. She's the most damaged of everybody.
I mean, even whenever she did the birthday video for you, I was like, oh.
Yeah, it's just quick and by, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like when you were there, did she even talk to you when you were there?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of forced it. I mean, not forced it, but I went in there and I talked to her and stuff like that. You know, I had to make up for lost time. I even stayed up. I stayed up like all night talking to her. It was like 5 a.m. talking to her, just to.
Like I stayed up last year when I was here. I stayed up and talked to her one night, and then when I was home, I called her before. I did call at one time, and I don't know, but I know she had her own.
Kylie has her own problems with consistencies. She doesn't have a dad. She hates having, and then makes it worse, Aunt Lily has men in her life that are not good people, and that's her own example. You know, everyone's gone.
You talking about that's not good people?
She has men in her life that aren't good people.
I would say.
You saying have had, but not currently have.
Yeah, Mom. I don't know what she got. I don't care. She's 50 years old. But she having men in her life that are necessarily, you know, fathers and husband, like, you know what I'm saying? stuff like that. I mean, I had this conversation with Dad like 2 years ago. I said, Dad, I'm not saying you need to be a father or something like that, but I think your presence talking to Kylie here and there would be cool. But that's just not Dad's personality. So he took it one ear after the other. You know what I'm saying? And I understand that. Like I said, I literally get it. Because Dad never had that, and he doesn't care about it. Dad never had Uncle beat in his face.
Well, honestly, sweetie, it's not.
It's also not his job. That's what I'm saying.
But honestly, it's not just that. Like, even now, it's like, it's not purposely not. I mean, it's not purposely not calling and not talking or anything like that. When you think and you remember, you try to make a phone call or whatever and stuff. But it's not like people call, call when you want to call. Like Karis, the next day, she called me early that morning. She had been up crying and stuff, but people call when they call, and as far as that, it's just
Karis was crying.
Yeah, Karis was upset.
They lost her.
No, I'm talking about on the phone with you.
Oh, she called and she cried a little bit, but so she said she's been taking it hard. I said she's handling it wrong. I said no, there's no wrong way of handling it.
Well,
I mean, the only wrong way of handling it is if you use bad coping mechanisms,
Yeah.
But besides that, the grief is natural. I told you, you're gonna cry. You're gonna be sad, and then this time you're gonna be okay. Then you may get sad again. That's normal.
Hey, Anissa. Hi, Anissa.
Yeah, and we knew
Can
that.
I see Anissa?
Hold on.
Anissa. Hey, Anissa. Hey, Anissa. Ew, you look long. Why your hair so long?
I know, I need to call. I gotta call her.
She looks big.
Take her into the room. Huh?
Anissa looks getting big, man. Dang. Neve, isn't Anissa getting fat?
A little bit because when I put a harness on her.
I told you.
Even though you're shaking, you probably do need a walk, man.
I guess for no more once I cut her.
What kind of dog doesn't like to walk, Mom? That's what I'm saying. We gotta drag her.
She hates it. And I'm like, man, I can walk you too. He's like, who? I hate walking.
We gotta start taking her to the that little park outside and just let her run.
Yeah, you're right. Just let her off and just take her over there and just let her run free. You're right.
And then you run with her a little bit and then be like, all right, it's time to go home.
You're right. I will try that. Maybe then she'll run and just. I think that's a good idea, son. I didn't think about that. Take her there and just let her. Yeah, that's a good idea. There's a dog park in the other neighborhood too. I don't know if it's. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's as big as this one, but let me put it. Babe, what's in that bag? Let me those two. The red one, the container with the red lid and the clear lid. I gotta put this tilapia in there. It's gonna be time to fix it. I gotta fix it before the class so that I can dinner be fixed.
When you say red lid, are your friends just pink one?
Red lid.
Oh, wait.
I said red. And then the clear one. You see the other one right there that's clear?
The new red lid, I didn't see that one. The only red lid I saw was the
So your voice then was
it's a real event. He even it's a real event that he got sponsored by this guy, and so I don't have my phone, so like I didn't know when the exact time was. I knew it might have been today, and so I asked Nilsa because she knows him through school of business now, and she was like, "Oh yeah, that is today." And I was like, "What time?" And then I went to it, but it's actually not that day at all. And I was like, "Oh," so I kind of just went here for no reason. But I was able to go home, and I was talking to my friends, and I then told them what happened about my uncle. And I was like, you know what I'm saying, just letting y'all know, just in case, I move a little different. You know what I'm saying, like, I was like,
You need to tell me, like, because I know you have class, and you don't need to miss that if you don't have to, like, so I can get your flight.
I have class every day, so.
I know the funeral is on of Saturday the 19th. So do you want to fly in on that Friday, and then go back on that Sunday, or what?
Yeah, unfortunately, dang, I forgot about how much turnaround that is. And unfortunately, I'm gonna have to leave on a Saturday. Or
Huh?
no, I have to leave on a Friday, and then I'll get there on Saturday, and then I'll be leaving like Sunday morning.
If you leave on a Friday, then you get there on a Friday, not on a Saturday.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. Get there on Friday, then leave on a Saturday.
What time is your last class on Friday?
12. Like it ends at 12.
It ends at 12?
So I would have to have a flight at the earliest at like 3 o'clock.
The earliest flight needs to be about 3 o'clock. Okay. And then go back on Sunday.
I guess so. Yeah.
Okay.
Guess I can look at that up real quick.
I'll look that up.
Someone needs to check on that. I'm telling you, I'm telling you what Dad's gonna do. He's on some like, oh, I gotta be strong for my family and things.
What are you talking about, son?
I'm saying Dad hasn't mourned Uncle BJ like that. You know what I'm saying? He didn't get teary eyed or nothing. So, like, obviously that bothers him too. You know, he know Uncle BJ his whole life. I mean, he knew Uncle BJ longer than he didn't know Uncle BJ at this point.
Yeah. I'm not going to say that your dad's going to cry or anything like that.
I mean, yeah, but I'm saying he's still going to be, like, he's still emotionally upset. And he's probably just, and the fact that you're upset makes him stressed, or not stressed, but, you know what I'm saying, more, more emotion, so it's like, I'm going to just say it's to Cary, North Carolina. I'm just going to type Cary. And then I'm going to say...
I was going to look that up, son.
I mean, I'm just looking at it right now.
What did you put in?
I looked at the Amtrak real quick just to see what that looks like.
Oh, the Amtrak.
The train thing that I took last time.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. What?
So right now, if I left, I would leave.
Right.
Why does it look like that?
A little bug. Just trying for
Oh.
Why is it doing that?
There's one where I'll basically get there at 8 o'clock.
That night?
Yeah. No, I'll be able to talk to my professors personally. I didn't get a chance to talk to them yet, so. What?
The baby fixed you so much. You eat leftovers.
What do you mean leftovers?
Well, I fixed last night.
Oh, that's
Yeah. Well, I need to let him know this. I just found out first it was.
You didn't tell him that?
Tell him what?
That he passed away?
No, he knows. What are you talking about, Rashawn?
Oh, well, you say you didn't tell him this. I'm like, what's this?
No, eulogy, but I found out today that Granddaddy's gonna have his pastor, the pastor of the church, to do it.
Oh.
And he has your dad doing the scripture. This is gonna be.
Well, that's why. Well, I can honestly say this, Mom. As far as Uncle BJ, there's certain things I wanted to tell him over the years, and I can honestly say that I've told him everything I want to tell him.
That's good.
And I will say that I would like new things to talk about, which is like questions and stuff. Like, I remember he told me that he was gonna tell me like his perspective on Nana and Granddaddy and stuff like that, and I never got a chance to
Yeah,
hear that.
we never talked like that. We never did, and we could have. But the last time, this time he was so consumed with the separation and everything that it's hard to talk about anything else. But in the past, we could have. Honestly, I'm not gonna say we never talked about it. Not that I can remember, because me and my brother, I will say this. I can say that we've always had a good relationship. Words are there. I was always encouraging. Even to this point, I was always encouraging and pushing him. I was pushing him to talk to somebody. I was so pushing him to talk to someone. I kept telling him, you need to talk to somebody. You need to talk to somebody. But the last conversation we had, I was telling him how proud of him and I loved him. I always end up every phone call letting him know I loved him and stuff and so forth. But one thing I will say, well, you've done it, so you're good. One thing I was going to have the nieces and nephews to do. Well, suggestion. They don't have to do it. But I was going to have them or let them know as a form of closure, because he's not here, I was going to tell them that they can write a letter to him and say everything that they want to say. All their feelings. No one's going to read it but them. Nobody's going to read it. And put it in an envelope. Write their name on it. And then
You're buried with them?
at the funeral. No, at the funeral. Put it in the casket. Put it in the casket with them.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
And then you should have them take a picture of it. So just in case one day they wanted to reread what was said, they'd be like, oh.
Huh?
Take a picture of them.
Oh, if they wanted to reread what they said themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good idea for them to take a picture of it with their phone. Yeah. But write a letter, put in an envelope, put their name on it, and just say everything that they wanted to say to him. Right. It could have been things that they wanted to say they didn't know how to say, or whatever. Just whatever. And also, I want them to remember the good times too, and I want them to know that their dad loved them, and because he did, he loved them.
He did.
So, yeah, but that's one of the things I'm gonna tell them whenever I talk to them. Yeah, is for them to take the time and to just, part of the cleansing and closure, just write their letter and stuff, and no one has to read it but them. Put it in an envelope, seal it, put their name on it, and then at the viewing, at the funeral when you go, put it in the casket with them. So
yeah,
just a goodbye, and you can do it too if you want to just a letter of goodbye. You may not, you've said everything you want to say to him, so it's still okay if you want to do a goodbye letter to him, and just do that too.
Well, hers is like, I was supposed to talk to. I literally was supposed to hang out with Uncle BJ the day that I hung out with Jaden. But I hung out with Jaden a little too late. So I was going to hang out with him after. And I was like, oh, yeah, I'm with Jaden right now. Because he told me, he was like, okay, well, yeah, I'm just letting you know I got work and stuff like that. I was like, cool. So he just let me know. Then I went to go get Karis and Kendall and Bryson and them. And I was having a good conversation with them that I kind of didn't want to, like I knew how hard it was with them and stuff like that. The static, I wasn't necessarily in the headspace where like I was like, well, maybe I should keep this separate right now. And I ended up talking with them like that whole night and just laughing and stuff like that too. But I was supposed to hang out with Uncle BJ 1-on-1 that night. Then I texted him and then I told him, man, like I wish I had more time. Fortunately, I wasn't able to hang out, but you know what I'm saying. Literally, man, I could read you the text I sent you, man. You want me to read it?
You can if you want to.
I said, "Hey, Uncle, once again, it was good to see you this weekend. It sucks that more time could fit. It's just that more time couldn't fit into my schedule. However, please still hit me up from time to time. It's good to hear from you." So
that was great, and he got it. That was great. And so the fact you were there and you reached out, like your dad said, that I forgot to tell you. I think when he lost his job again, and it was just a lot, I haven't sat back and just thought about all that stuff right now because it's a lot. So I don't, So I've been good. I just been, but I haven't kind of just chill with that because, it's just hard. It's hard. So I haven't been.
I understand.
Trying to focus and trying to wrap my brain around everything I needed to go, and also what I got here going on. I have to, it's Easter, so we won't be there, but they still have that econ, so I have to plan that to a T so I can give the information to the volunteers that's going to be there so it can flow and everything, and the kids can still have the egg hunt and everything like that because that still has to go on. And so I have to prepare for all that stuff, prepare for this move and everything. So, then go because, and then I don't know when his is, so I'll probably go out there for his if I can. For his, I'm not making Uncle Gene's, and so, but
yeah. So I wanted to talk to him, and I should have. In my head, I was like, "Oh man, that'd be cool." And I think what I should have done is I should have been like, "Hey, Uncle BJ, just come here." And even though I didn't want it to be like some type of mediation type of thing, I should have just been able to do that so I could talk to everybody at the same time. So we couldn't have seen each other, rather than me trying to control it. Well, not control, but avoid the discomfort a little bit. Well, they're already there, but But then also like it seems like Uncle like they clearly didn't like they clearly had a hard time trying to talk to him, and then like in a way it's kind of like I just wanted it to be an uncle nephew type of thing too. So it was like it just seemed like that wasn't gonna be that. But this is also my first time talking to them during this whole thing for real. Cause last time when this happened, I talked to just Joshua, and then I talked to Bryson and Kendall that one time, but Karis wasn't there. So this is my first time like seeing them and talking to them about it. So that's kind of what my head was at, just having a cousin moment while I can. And I came there for oh that's the thing. And I came there for Kendall. I came there for Kendall, so it was like I didn't want it to turn into this bigger thing than what it was. It's just so happened.
You couldn't do all. What you did was there. You were there. You had the intentions. It couldn't, and you told him. You said you wanted to catch up, but you also talked to him. You did talk to him. You did have when you were talking to him at the game. Was it just you two over there?
Yes.
So you actually did have a nephew uncle moment at the game. You actually did.
Oh, I did. I even talked about you. I was like, yeah, I was like, Dan, did you ever play? He was like, yeah, you know, I played basketball. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he didn't say it like that, but you know, he was a little tired. He was like, yeah, you know, I played. And I was just like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I know that. I said, I know I seen my mom have photos and stuff like that. And she's like, yeah, you know, she played because of me. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was like, all right. She said, he said, you played because of her. That's what you said.
He said I played because of him?
Yeah, like you're the reason why he started playing basketball. And I was like, okay, sure.
I mean, I remember whenever he played, he didn't play long. And I remember going to a game, I think, or was it a practice when I went with my dad to pick him up? I can't remember. But honestly, that's not why I played. I just decided. I mean, I always liked the game. I always liked basketball. We always had a basketball goal in the backyard, and I would go out there and shoot on my own. It wasn't like me and him never went out there and played together. Shoot basketball. I think I used that goal a lot more than he did. I think I used the goal the most, and so yeah. So and then I didn't start playing basketball. I think it was my 8th grade year. 7th grade year, I ran track. 8th grade year, I played. Me and a friend of mine, we decided to try out. She tried out because of her boyfriend. He was playing basketball. I just decided to try out. And I made it. She didn't make it. And I continued playing. I played high school.
Who?
Me. I played basketball high school. Also, I stopped playing. No. I stopped playing, and I ran track every year. I ran track every year from 7th grade to no, I didn't run it every year. I stopped track. In high school, I ran it in junior high. In high school, I ran my 10th grade year. And I didn't run it after that because the coaches was weird. I didn't like the coaches.
How are they weird?
Well,
they doing sexual stuff?
No, like the coaches weren't good. My coach in junior high was excellent, Miss Gilmore. But in high school, he weren't number one. I was during the track meet. I was in a lot of stuff, and I was tired. And I told him that. He said, and he couldn't get me out of a meet, one of the races, and he said for me to jump start so I can get disqualified. What kind of mess is that? And I did it because he said it, and the dude, it was so frowned upon. I felt bad. It was so frowned upon, and he gave me another chance. And I didn't jumpstart again, but it was so frowned upon. It was horrible. I'm like, why would he have me do that? And then another thing is, Amit came and we were there, and somehow we got left behind or something like that. One one meet or something. I can't remember what happened, but I was like, oh nah. And so after that, I didn't run. So I didn't run my junior and senior year. I played ball up until I did my sophomore year, and I think I did my junior year, and I didn't play my senior year. And
track or basketball?
And basketball, because I was on the step team instead.
Well, that's what he said when I brought it about you.
Hold on. The step? No, I was on the step team instead. Yeah, and because I was still gonna play. Did I play junior year? I think I did the step junior year. Because we didn't do step. I can't remember if it was junior or senior year I did step. And if I played basketball both years. But I do know, I remember step came and I was playing. I was on it. And then I had to it was the same time as basketball. I couldn't do both because we performed during the halftime show. And so this year, a lot of girls tried out, and the coach was all excited because it's like all these girls tried out, like the abundance. And so I remember, we're like, me and this girl we played before, and we're like, ask, our status on the team. And she was a center. There wasn't a lot of centers. And he was like, yeah, And then when I asked, he had it like up in the air. And I was like, okay. And so I was like, well, I do step. And then I think during the season, I think they weren't, so I stopped trying out because I decided to step. And I think during the year, like they weren't doing the greatest. And so he knew my dad. And he tried to get my dad to get me to get back on the team. Back on the team. I was like, nah, I'm not doing it. I'm doing step. You shouldn't have been, So I was like, nah. So I didn't. So I can't remember if that was junior year or senior year. I can't remember. Some things I can remember, some things I can't.
Yeah, Mom. Yeah, that's what he told me. That was funny.
That's funny. I think he played more when he was younger outside on the goal. When we were younger, we stayed in Ashton Forest. But when he got older and we were in Bunts Road, I don't remember. And I'm not saying he didn't play. I just don't remember him playing outside like that. But I do remember me playing outside in the basketball court.
You know what would have been real nice? I'm not trying to reminisce or nothing, but I think it would have been cool since he was going through a lot too. I think it'd be cool if he would have had spent a weekend over here, like away. He would have spent a weekend over here.
I thought about that when I was talking to your dad. I was like, why didn't I? I was like, have him come in. Maybe it's just a weekend, not even like a long. And I was like, I don't know. I didn't think of it. I just didn't think of it, and I can't help that I didn't think of it.
Right.
No, and that's part of my grieving. That's part of my grieving because it's like, you can't. I say all this stuff, but I can't,
Yeah, no, I was just thinking that too. Like I was like, oh man, that would be cool.
One thing I have to remind myself is this: I'm not God. I'm not God. I'm not perfect, and I'm not God, and so I can't say what if I did, because believe me, thoughts will have come, and it's like, well, did I miss it? Just different things, and and if it's just part of throughout this time, and because it's hard time trying to this is reality, and it's like, is this really my reality? And so, but I have to remind myself that I am not God, but also at the same time, we have one life, and one thing we do, me and your dad do with the children's ministry and with grads, opening up, we always have them say something that you're thankful for. Name something, and the more we do it, the easier it gets for them, because at the beginning it was like pulling teeth. It should never be like that. Pull teeth to think something that you're thankful for. But it's gotten better, but also at the same time we try to make sure don't say the same thing you said before. Because it should be the number of things it should be so much. And so in life, it's so easy for us to get caught up in the negative or the things that does not go our way, you know, or is not pin out the way we want it. And it's so easy to get caught up into that. And we just forget, you know, things that are going our way, you know, and stuff that are. And so
Yeah,
what I'm
like the fact that we do have a house, so we're not, you know, on the street now.
Yes,
because that could
and
have been.
we have a decent house because, like, one thing they started doing in this house is they up the rent. When we move, they up the rent, and they gonna start charging. We're also gonna start having to pay utilities.
Really?
Yes.
Man, well then y'all looking at the wrong house then.
Y'all
need to be looking at a house that.
No, because guess what? I pulled both me. We looked at houses. We did. We started looking at other places and stuff. But guess what? This is still. I mean, we're looking at the same thing though. As far as because you're gonna be in the same. The prices are around the same thing, and then you're definitely gonna be paying utilities. And so, so the position isn't changing. You know what I'm saying? Either you're gonna pay even more rent for a house, or it's gonna be about the same. You know, so it's about the same because we looked. And so but my point is, yeah, just being, we have one life. And one thing that I've learned is life, like we said, life is like a classroom. You have to look at it and learn and grow. And it's very important that we take care of our health physically, and our health mentally, and spiritually. And so, because the enemy will come at our minds and speak negatively, and if we don't, and it's very important that we remember who we are in God and walk in the fullness of Him. There, and to take care of our body, you know, and take care of that, and then take the time and try to have as little regrets as possible. Really take the time and see the priority of things. And so then you can't say, well, because we don't know. What you did was fine. You didn't know that he wouldn't be here. I'm sure if you did know, you would have. Yes. But you didn't. But you didn't know. And what you did was fine. You spent time with him. You made it a priority. You spent time because you only had a small window of time. And so what you did was good. And you had the one-on-one time at the game. That was precious. That was great. You know? And so, just like you had time with him, that was cool when you were there for Kyla's graduation. And you and Joshua went with him to the restaurant, and y'all met up with Gary and Kevin.
Yeah, I was thinking about cousin Gary Reese during that time too. I was like, he's probably not feeling good at all right now. Cause you know, cousin Gary. Have you talked to cousin Gary?
No, I haven't talked to him. And so, I'm just dealing.
What about that group chat? That group chat that's for the grandma.
For the grandkids planning for the birthday party.
Yeah, anybody say anything in there?
I didn't see anything in there. Actually.
Do people even know?
Yes, they know. Because aunts and cousins, they've reached out to me and stuff.
Does it feel good when they reach out, or do you not care?
Huh?
Does it feel good when they reach out, or do you not care?
Well, yeah, it does feel good, but I'm not in a position where I want to talk.
Yeah.
You know,
I
I'd
already
rather-
know. Like at church, whenever Granny said that, I was like, my mom probably hates this right
I did.
I was just thinking,
I did.
now.
that's what I was thinking too when Tiara mentioned it.
I didn't
was
know
like-
he
I was
was
like-
going to, you know.
I mean,
But I
he
was
said it.
like-
He said it was just because.
Or his family. I was like,
Yeah. I mean, I know the way that Granddaddy. I haven't talked to Granddaddy, but I know the way that Granddaddy like talks like I know like over the years when I've talked to him about like stuff like with how I like the first time I talked to him was like whenever we kind of had a like his heart goes out to you type thing, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know how to explain it. Like the first time I got the taste of that is whenever we went all the way to go see Aunt Lily for her wedding, and then her wedding didn't happen. And then I remember like ended up talking to him more about it. I forgot why, but like like not specifics, but just more information I guess than I was given before. And then like he kind of just he never gone through like that kind of stuff. I think from his side, and then as a father to dad's dad ain't never gone through. So yeah, his heart just goes out. I think.
Did that last part again?
I said, and then I think about it from a son point of view, like he's trying to help his son out, but his son, he never gone through this, so his son's going through this as a husband. That's something he never went through. Now, don't get me wrong. I also have learned over the years that Granny did have to go through some mess with Gaka's folks for sure a couple times. Even the most recent one was that time when you remember whenever the toilet got messed up years ago, and then Gaka and Granny had to like pay to help fix the toilet, and it was just a whole issue, the plumbing, like that whole experience. But then also just with like their grandmother, with Grandma Maxine now, like she's not really on a high horse at all. Like she's really just kind of just she's not able she's not really like able to do stuff on her own, if I'm being honest with you. Like it's really like like it just time will tell type thing. Like it's really a countdown at this point with Grandma Maxine, to be honest. Same thing with like grandma, like unfortunately Aunt Carolyn, with you remember when Dad said about Kevin?
yeah, her Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
It's getting to a point they gotta put her in the
It got worse. Did you freeze, bro? Oh my
yes,
God.
it got so worse to the point where she has she's fine, but basically in the bed she's at a point where she is accident prone, and
He's gonna put her in a home.
you remember that's what they were saying. They're gonna put her in a home, and he was just telling them like this is what's happening. That's what Granddaddy said. But it is what it is. Everything is getting rough.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie, Mom, it's kind of interesting because, like I said, like my birthday was recently, and I was kind of, I was celebrating, but I was kind of like trying to get my classes right. So it's like, dang, as soon as I'm like kind of getting the festivities of it, I guess, all this going on too. So
Hey, honey, we're on the phone with Rashawn too. Rashawn, say hi.
Hi, Dad.
Hey, Rashawn.
Hey, Dad. Let me tell you something. Because I was about to leave you a voice note or something like that. Dad, my prayer to you, and I'm gonna probably still say out. I'm gonna get on my knees on my bed and say the Lord's Prayer or something like that, and I'm gonna say that too. But I'm gonna say, I really hope, with all this going on, you don't have that you don't have that mindset of like, let me I gotta do this for my family. Be strong, to the point where you you don't let your own, like, we don't have your own moments of like just being a human and stuff like that. Because we appreciate you as the father of the household, but I really hope you're not trying to like strong man, everything to where because then it's gonna fall back on us. Because eventually gonna crack, they gonna crack on us. And I don't want you to I don't want you to be, all Hercules about everything right now. So I hope from your son, just saying, thanks, Dad. You done enough. It's okay.
I appreciate that. That's called wellness, but I'm a well coach for a reason, so I'm not.
What? This has nothing to do with physicalness.
No. Wellness coaching is, I talk to people about everything, not just.
Dad loves his job, man. He keeps relating it to the job.
Physical, emotional, spiritual, all that stuff. So I try to practice that. So thank you for looking out, but I am definitely making sure that I handle
You outside?
Whatever in the healthy ways.
Oh,
yeah.
But I talked to my sister today. It turns out that my dad had wanted the pastor of the church to do the eulogy.
That's fine.
But he wanted you to read a scripture.
That's fine.
Pastor about to suck.
Yeah, I'm gonna do whatever I'm asked of. Tommy.
My dad is very traditional.
Yeah.
That's why I said his pastor gonna suck.
So traditionally, the pastor of the church. Yeah, my dad is very traditional.
Yeah, my dad not so much. He's like, whoever you want ministers. We have people at Victory. Yes,
I'm real not traditional. I already told you what I'm gonna do when I pass away. I've been saying this for like a couple years now. Nevaeh, you already know what I was gonna do, right? Don't you remember me telling you?
No, not really, honestly.
I told you I'm gonna take my kids to Lowe's and we're gonna build a box. And then after the box is done, I'm gonna be like, you know what we just built? This is. That's how I've been said this.
What's wrong with you, man?
I've been said this. I said this for a while. Because ain't nobody, look.
You tell me about stuff, and I would never do that. You talking about take kids to build a box. Guess what you just built?
I was just saying. Because it's like, hey, it's special. You did it with me. And now we saving money. You saving money. You know what I'm saying? About to be real cheap. Because then hopefully all my... Yeah, that's all right.
I hate to be your children.
I mean, hopefully you'll see it. You know what I'm saying? You don't know.
No, thank you. Anyway.
Get to paint it and stuff. I think it's cool.
Who's your kid, by the way?
But
is it chilly in DC?
Yes. And it's raining.
Oh man.
It's back and forth. People are getting sick. It was hot like 3 days ago. And I told you I was getting sick like last weekend, like my sinus. I don't know what happened. I think I got a cold. Because my roommate was sick for a minute. And I think that's what happened. Because in my nose, that's when I was going crazy with the medicine that first I wasn't going to get. But then Mom, after she sent me the money, I was like, you know what? Let me just get it just in case when that time comes. So that's when I got it. And it came in clutch. I had it all. But I don't know what brand I got this time, because that was disgusting. I was like, this is just so nasty. Like, I'm serious. You know I like to get in the liquid, but that had no type of... It was sour. Tastes old.
He didn't hear you. This is why you gotta get it in pill form, Rashawn.
Yeah, pill form. What?
Yes.
Nah. Shoot, I'll take a pill if you give me some money. That's about it.
This man tried to feed me the liquid version when we were both sick back in December. Ew.
I did.
Yeah, and I did not take it.
Yeah, Dad, because Mom was talking about how it was so crazy when I donated plasma that one time. And that's how she knew. She was like, what? Like, she was like, as much as you hate needles, that's how I knew. like really, like what, like wow, like this is just extra. Like what's going on? Like, and I was like, hey mom,
Right.
sorry. Yeah, but
Correct. Yeah, but I heard you said, nah, I'm not, I'm not, nah, it's all about health. Like I said, I'm a real person trying to take care of myself in all different ways. So I'm not about to be trying to Hercules.
yeah. Well, that's good, Dad. You know, just checking up as a son.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I appreciate
I think you got cut off.
Hello?
Lord Jesus.
What happened?
I'm looking at my coworker limp over here. I don't know what. she said she was coming. I saw her earlier. I'm like, man, why are you? And I ain't saying anything. She said, yeah, my knee. And I was like, why your knee hurt? And she's like, well, I don't know. And I said, nah, let me. And then she talked a little more. And then she's like, well, I did almost fall at church yesterday. I said, what? And then she's like, she had on some wedges and she almost got to the car. She slipped something, and she did it twice.
I'm about to
Then her little daughter, who has a mouth on her, she looked at her and said, Mom, why you wearing them shoes? She's like, shut up. And then, now her knee hurt. I was like, yeah. That's probably what hurt your knee right there. So. I'm about to go back inside.
Our last day is like May 8th.
I know.
Of the semester?
I know.
Yeah.
I know, because I was reflecting back to when it was last year, so I was like, I know it's going to be
That's
right.
why. That's why.
Okay, so hold on.
But there's an opportunity.
So my parents.
Huh?
So my parents only pay for this semester, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is we have. So if you don't have any funds secured for next semester, right?
No.
No, you never did the thing that I told you, the other one that was just you, Rashawn?
No, I haven't officially done that one yet.
What?
I mean, I kept looking. No. Listen. You don't pay.
I'm talking about the long one that was just you.
Yeah. You don't pay until the following year. Like you don't pay until the following year.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, you don't like look.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Well, no. Well, hold on. What I'm saying is that. So you're trying to get understanding. So you're still going to be in school the rest of the year at Howard?
Dad, the year's over with. The academic school year is done in May.
Okay, and so then you come back home. Also, that's what I'm saying. So are you coming home? So that's what we got to figure out. If you're coming home to transfer, or what? So you have to, because that means you got to do a lot of other stuff with your
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying right now. Like all this on top of that. That's why I said this is also an interesting time right now. This is when everything matters. April's the month where everything matters.
No, I know. So you planning on going back for
the fall,
right?
Yeah, the fall. That's what I'm saying. So like that. So okay, as of now, yes, it's still the plan. As of now, that's still where my head is at.
But fall hasn't. But the amount
hasn't started. You don't have to pay. For me to go into fall, I don't necessarily have to pay for fall. Now I have to pay off the spring. So if I pay off the spring by the time fall starts, I'm fine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well,
so what has?
Yes, but son, you're still going into the. No, we don't need to. We have to really think realistically about.
Yes, Dad.
What's going
Dad,
on?
We already had that conversation.
I want you to make sure. Hold on. I know you're gonna speak, so just speak real quick. I know I'm talking to the choir. I'm trying to make sure we're on the same page because it becomes a big. We're trying to avoid
that.
The last thing that happened. So we don't need that stuff because my parent, like, he He's not giving up my dad another 20,000. They're not gonna do that. So that's why he told you. He said, "Hey man, this is it." And after that, you have to figure it out. So we have to make sure we go into this correctly. I'm not trying to have you, up there and I know how you think sometimes.
I'm going back home.
To do it to the last minute.
Jar,
and then you gotta be in the street.
Jar, he's trying to talk.
I'm trying to say.
I was talking first. I was making sure.
There is no last minute. The reason why this even happened last minute is because I didn't have I found out because of my age that changed. That had nothing to do with this. If I would have been known, I would have never the reason why I was last minute is because I didn't know that this was happening. And it took 3 weeks to get handled. Every day. This wasn't a last minute fix. It just took that long.
Son, no, I got that part. You gotta explain that. I know that part. That was we all learned on that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about now that that's in the past. I'm talking about the new.
Yeah, that's why I'm bringing it up now.
Sure we don't repeat. Yeah, I'm not trying to repeat another crisis. Not trying to be like, hey, y'all gotta come get me because I can't stay on campus and you gotta get on the
actually,
side of the road.
That's what I was gonna tell you. I was actually gonna tell you some good news, but whenever I got hit with the bad news, was that I got an opportunity where they're offering me a job in DC over the summer here with Howard University. Where I'm working for the A building, so it's the same. It's because I did a follow up with them about everything, and then they're like, "Oh, well, are you possible about being here for the summer?" I was like, shoot, that's a possibility, and yeah, so I'll be the A building is administrative building. This is where you give out tours and you also work in a front desk office, stuff like that, all kinds of things like that. So that's something I've been working on for a minute, and also I had a work study, but because of the federal government type thing, they took that away with me because they only were given, the legal thing that Trump did, the federal thing.
Yes.
Yeah, that impacted me when I got awarded because I didn't necessarily. They were trying to figure out a way to still give it to the people that were actively still had it. But even then, that was hard. So if you just got recently rewarded, it was we'll be taken away now. So that's what happened with me because of Trump. So
that's okay. We serve God, not man. But this guy.
So that's what happened with that. But like I said, there is an opportunity where I somehow got that, which is really cool. And I told her, you know what I'm saying? She knows, I got to figure out what it is for the summer. But then, I got hit with a bunch of other stuff all of a sudden as well. So that's, within the weekend. So today's only Monday. I haven't had time to talk to her about that yet. So that's what that one option is. And then I was just addressing it because, I'm not trying to do the back and forth thing and all that. And now I know we got other things. We're literally moving. I'm literally gonna be moved to move again. So it's I'm trying to wrap around my head around all that stuff too. So, but I'm gonna give it the details. I'm gonna take time to sit there and think and actually type it out or something like that and figure out my options. So, as far as where to take my things and stuff like that. But as far as loans and stuff like that, the great thing about that building is that building literally is the same building that financial aid and stuff like that is involved with too. So there'll be I'll be directly working with people that are in a position to help me with other things like that. So they can put me on other opportunities.
So sounds like a plan's in place. All right. Okay.
Yeah. So what it's looking like is, if anything, I might be here because I wanted to take a summer class anyway if it was possible. So maybe I could be here over the summer and work there and do my class. And then I also got to go back for band anyway, so maybe I could do a little back and forth type of thing. But especially if I'm here for the majority of the week, they're willing to work with me to travel back home and stuff like that too, if it comes down to it. So now I'm really just thinking about how to get to where I need to get to, you know what I'm saying? Get the degree in my hand, really. So, unfortunately.
All right. Okay. All right. Got it.
too.
Bye.
Okay.
That was me.
No, that is outside.
That was me. Look.
No, not that sound, Rashawn.
Hold on.
Probably something.
Is Anissa outside?
No. Something's coming from this side.
That's literally me.
No, not you, Rashawn. It's a different sound. Stop.
What's Anissa doing? She about to get her leg hit?
What? No, she's in the kitchen.
No.
Huh?
Nevaeh, do you know what mom really needs to do?
What?
In this new, like, hopefully the new house she has, she doesn't have the same bedroom size, and she need to take.
She does.
Yeah, she need to take all them pillows off that bed, bro, and just put them somewhere else. Put them somewhere else. Also, you know that closet mom has? I want mom to really do my hair in that closet one time.
I don't know why you stuck on that.
Cause I thought it was gonna be like a little salon. Like, I don't know, it felt cozy in there.
It did feel cozy in there. I was in there before. Also, I got stuck having to dry my hair in there.
So you actually did dry your hair in there?
Yeah, because the dryer was in there.
Did you watch TV or something?
Yeah, I watched TV on my phone. I was just in there, and I was like, great, I'm banished into here now. Wasn't spaces. There's stuff everywhere. I had to climb over things.
Yeah, it is what it is.
That's because it's not necessarily like the floor isn't cleared. What is going on over there? Oh my gosh. Well, hello.
What'd you say?
So, well, hello.
Hey.
It's you and me again.
Yes, man. You and me since 2006.
Okay.
Since 2006. You know what year I was born?
2000?
The big 2000 up.
Okay. All right. Good for you. That's great.
Yeah.
And now you're silent. Wow.
Well, I'm not silent. I'm not doing anything. There's nothing for me to do. Hold on, I'm in the bathroom real fast.
Oh, Lord.
Mom.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's going on with what's going on with Ziana? Like, is Ziana gonna die?
Ultimately, I mean, but right now she has what they consider Alzheimer's
But
or
like,
dementia.
as a dog, is that like suffering basically? Like,
It's like a person, and so she takes her medicine or whatever. But she has her she's like she's good, and then she has her times when like it hit her, and where she's like how she was like she wanders, and then she'd find a corner, and I guess she may have some seizures, and it's hard to have like it's hard for her to like she may walk a lot at night versus during the day. It's hard to see the difference between daytime and nighttime.
to have a seizure every day does not seem normal, Mom.
Well, when we had her, it lasted. She got groomed on that Friday. She came back. I gave her a message. She was out. She was laying down. She was actively in that situation on Saturday. All throughout Saturday, because we were up. We took her to the hospital because she was. We also started giving her. We have started giving her her pain medicine, and she started having blood in her stools, and we didn't know what was going on. Then because she just would roam, she just walked aimlessly, and she hurt her paw. Now started bleeding real bad, so that's when we took her in. And so they said that the bleeding in the stools was due to an infection that could have possibly occurred from the pain medicine, I guess, because that was the only thing that was different when we started giving her the pain medicine that the doctor told us to give her from when your grandparents called the hospital, the pet hospital she normally goes to. And then they gave her some medicine for the infection, and that was Saturday. Sunday, it was like that, but Monday, we started seeing more of herself, and I think she was back, or she's coming back, gradually coming back. Monday, Tuesday, she was coming back to herself.
Really?
So
Stuff like this makes me like miss Destiny, and like it makes me be appreciative that like she had I'm saying her legs is hurt, Well, that's not true, but then her stomach and all that stuff hurt. But I don't know. It makes me miss the dog. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do you ever miss Destiny, Mom? Like for real? Like, do you ever be like, oh man, like this little dog I had? Like,
I remember that. Yeah, we had Destiny for a long time. You grew up with Destiny, so for you, like Tiara was little when we got Destiny, and she was always around. But you were older but little when we got her, so you interacted a lot more with her and stuff. And we had her for a long time. So yeah,
it hurt my feelings. Yeah, I mean Destiny has some memory, boy. Had me out here walking, getting attacked. Me and her. I'm like,
well,
man. Now my son, he's gonna have to go through the same thing. I'm like, yeah, you better go with them dogs and run. Better go. Just one time, just for me to say that he made it. After that, I'm not letting him do that again. I pray that my aunt becomes a Christian and not just a person that loves God. That's one thing I pray about too, Aunt Lily. Can't be it, man. Can't be it.
Yeah, it's a personal relationship.
All right.
And one thing that helps is finding a church home that you grow in, mature in, and it's up to, she just got, for me, I made that decision, and it helped when I joined the choir on campus, and I'm amongst other people that was also trying to live for God, truly. And I found a church. Actually, I found two that were not traditional like that, growing, and Salem had a little bit, but it was also different than what I grew up in, and And then I went to this church called Faith Soldiers. They were more of a, what you call a word church. And they had choir, praise team, whatever and stuff. But it was more of a, really about the word. And then we went back to Salem. There's this one church that I always said I was going to go to and check it out. And I never went. It was called University Park. And it's funny, a friend of mine, there's this church, and they were doing a play, and I forgot what it was called, but it was a play about Jesus coming back. And as a lot of us went to the choir, and I invited her. I think I invited her and someone else.
Oh, really?
No, at school, when I was at school, in college. I said the choir went to this play. It was about Jesus coming back. And I invited her, my friend Yaneli. I invited her and another friend, I think. And they came, and I think her boyfriend Porter, I'm not sure. But they came. I think it was her and Porter. And they came. And she accepted Christ from that play. And she still was with Porter, but they didn't last. They ended up, I can't remember when they broke up. I can't remember if it was after they graduated or before then. I can't remember, but I just remember that she did, and so that was cool. But yeah, she started going to University Park, that church, and which is cool. And I remember saying I was gonna, and I never did. I was like, why didn't I ever? And I never did. But yeah, you find a church that you like and that you can grow in, and it helps,
That's why when Jesse found his through Roshan and them, I wasn't mad at it. It was like, hey, I guess, Am I irritated in the sense of like how I feel like, dang, like, like for me, because like I go to this church thinking my friends are there too, and you're choosing not to go to the place that we met. That was irritating, sure, but that's it.
I guess he has his own views and feelings for church. I don't know. We're not a traditional church. And as a youth ministry, we never like, oh, y'all sit down and that. We let y'all have fun and enjoy yourselves, with being with once another, and I don't know. I saw Yana at church the other week, and they're always talking about a reunion, getting back with the grads and y'all's time. They're always talking about that.
Yeah, that's because they don't have any other good thing in their life. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said that. But I'm saying I can understand the value in that because this is a time when, you know what I'm saying, good times, good genuine times without having too much. You know what I'm saying? Church fun force you to have fun without substances. A lot of people don't do that no more.
Right, and y'all have fun. We let y'all have fun.
Yeah.
We let y'all be yourselves and have fun. There is guidance, yes, but we let y'all have fun.
Taz over here being a mom right now, cause that was almost your daughter-in-law.
No, she wasn't.
I can't see you.
I
can't see you, Mom.
I'm playing.
Mom, I can't see you.
Hope not.
I can't see you, Mom.
Because like your sister,
I cannot see you, Mom.
I still pray.
Mom, I can't see you.
Oh.
What'd you say?
I said, yeah, I say that, but yeah, I pray. Because like your sister, man.
With him?
Yes, I pray. My prayer has always been, I pray that they break up permanently.
Did you ever talk to Uncle BJ about him?
No. Because of the time that came around, Uncle BJ was consumed with his own life, going through his own life.
Oh.
And all that was going time with them, and we were very involved and stuff. It was a lot. Initially, it was. I had to honestly. I had to step back a little bit for my own mental, a little bit.
Yeah, I know.
You know, and so.
And here goes your son, far away.
Huh?
Here goes your son, far, far away.
But I just want your sister, like she doesn't grasp that he's never worked for her. He's never put forth effort to work for her. Even she went and visited him. Now he was gonna stay here if he visited, but he got friends here. He could have easily came back to visit, stay with a friend to visit her, but he's never, to this day, to this point, this whole relationship, he's never worked for her. So what if it's little? We were never, even whenever, you know how when when this last summer when Nelsa came,
Yes.
and how y'all just chilled and did your thing.
I mean, not really. We only had a day.
I mean, I'm talking about the limited time that you had, son.
What? I mean, yeah, I just showed her around the area, and then
I know, but when we're at the house, y'all chilled and did your thing, right?
I mean, she was just talking to me. Yeah, I guess.
Huh?
I guess so.
Rashad, is that deep?
I mean, I guess so. Yes, like yes. Yeah. What about
Yes,
it?
you talked and stuff. Yes. The only thing I inserted was, hey, because it was late and everything. I said, watch the movie in the living room versus in your room. That's all I said. And y'all fell asleep watching the movie in the living room, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. The only thing I said to her.
Do I still remember how that mattered? I don't. But it's okay. I just respected your wishes.
Sweetie, it's no different than whenever you went to visit her in New York and she was in her room. Her mom made sure she was in her room. Like, remember? You said it. Like, when she was in there, it was a little too late. And she's like, her mom spoke up, right?
Yes.
I knew you were going to, it was late. And I knew you were going to fall asleep watching the movie. And I was like,
but even then, I'm saying, like, because that did happen one time where she fell asleep there, and her mom, what I'm saying, they had a little thing going on. And I was like, first I wanted to say something. I was like, they had nothing to do with me. It's the only place I could go. So I'm just.
And so all I said was, I mean, I didn't trip on y'all in there earlier, but I was like, I just said, go in there. The only thing I said to her that before was, because number one was like, not to share the blanket. They're watching TR never have a blanket on her when she watches movies, TV, or anything. She doesn't do that. But whenever that time, I was like, don't share a blanket.
She was just trying to be. I don't know why we're talking about your funeral, but I didn't.
No, what I'm saying, my purpose for saying that was, we said repeatedly for him to come over. We get to know him, and you just chilled in here. Anyway, so my point was, he never worked for her. He never put forth the effort. He never worked for her throughout the entire relationship. And there's no reason why we should not know him and stuff. But yet his family, because every time she put forth the effort for him, she put forth the effort and all and everything. And he's never put forth the effort. I had to step in sometimes, like, because before she got her car, and she was using that car to go, taking him to work, like, he should not be depending on you. No, you ain't gonna be picking him and work and drink. And then that's when she was lying and stuff like that. What I'm saying is, he's never been positive, and he's never put forth the effort. And that's not good. And she doesn't see that and everything. Like I said, my prayer is that they break up permanently and stuff. And so she can, of course, she doesn't like her job.
Where'd she work at?
She works at
with children.
Yeah, on base.
She gets paid though.
I know she gets paid, but she doesn't like her job.
I'll talk to her later.
She moved up to to a blue swap, meaning she could be alone in the room. I was like, that's good. I said, that's good. You moved up. That's positive. You moved up. You said that's what you do. Is no. The fact that you're able to move up and you did that's
man. I keep telling CR, I did not want to work at the IP. I did not want to work at the finish line at all. I just worked there for the money. That's it.
But also the fact that she's there, she could probably. I'm pretty sure she can get in. The fact that she got it in, she can get something else on base, or whatever, you know. But she's looking at some other stuff. I think she had mentioned like
she said she's doing. She's about to start those classes.
What classes?
Real estate, something like that. What she said.
When she tell you this?
I don't know. Last time I was on the phone with her, like last week or something like that. My watch does not work, bro. I gotta take it to the shop or something.
Your watch?
My Apple Watch, like the battery is like corrupted.
But your Apple Watch isn't gonna. You need a phone to set up the Apple Watch. I told you this.
No, like as in like it doesn't even turn on. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Turn on?
Yeah. Like it doesn't turn on.
You have it on the charger?
Yeah, I've been had it on the charger. Like it's
Let
like
me see the charger.
It's like the battery is like dead because I guess I haven't touched it so long. That maybe
it's in a box.
That's what I thought, but maybe I don't know. So I gotta take it to like I'm gonna take it to Total Tech in at Best Buy and see what it can do.
No. Take it to
the Apple Store.
No.
AT&T?
I got that watch from AT&T. Wait a minute. Are you sure that the charger is plugged in?
Mom, it's plugging in, and it.
You got it? You got it on the that lamp thing you got?
No, I got it on the actual charger. Right now it's on a lamp thing, but I had it on the actual charger for like 2 days. Because I took off the links. It works perfectly. I was kind of proud, you know what I'm saying? I didn't even look up no video. I just kind of figured it out. See that? Look. Perfect match. Mm-hmm. And I got a little case on it, too. I got the screen protector on it, too. So that's what I needed. So now it's really covered. Screen protector and the sides of it are covered. You know what I'm saying? I got it. Mm-hmm. But now it's just not on. Also, can you do this for me? Can you use somebody else's phone and call that number that we called again for my phone, find my whatever, before I get off the phone with you? And Mom, you know I love you and I miss you a little more often than you probably realize. And I would really love it for one day you were to come out here by yourself. Because Nosa's mom is here and it made me think about that. I was like, wow, my mom don't be knowing nothing out here. She's the.
Let me see your phone, please.
No.
Let me use your phone, please. Nevaeh. All right. Take this downstairs, please. Right there. It's on the phone. Yes. Let's see. Find the number.
to chat with you and Dad.
Oh.
You know what? You should just change that chat to firstborn. That's what it is. Yep. I'm gonna do it myself actually right now.
Let me find it.
It's all right. Now you're not gonna be able to not see it.
You have your claim number? You see it?
Yeah, I just need you to call that number though.
No, that's what I'm about to do, but you're gonna need to give me your claim number.
Yeah.
So I'll just make sure you had it on hand.
Calling Eco ATM Gazelle. To speak with customer service, press 1. If you are a person who requires disability relief, if you represent law enforcement or a city inspector, press 1. For all other calls, press 2. If you are currently at an Eco ATM kiosk, press 1. If you have previously spoken with our customer support team and have an existing case, press 2. All others. For claims regarding a phone that was reported to Eco ATM as missing, press 1. For all others, press 2.
1.
Eco ATM, my name is Jay Edward.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hey, how's it going, sir?
Hello, sir. I'm good. How can I help you?
I wanted to do a follow-up because I have a claim. I have like a claim number. And
Alright, I can help you with that.
Alright, you ready?
Can I have your claim number, please?
Alright, C03240 900.
Alright, for a while, let me pull up this claim.
Alright.
Your complete name is
Jarek McCarter Jr.
Alright, Jarek. For account verification first, can you please verify your email address?
JAREC@ICLOUD.com.
Alright, how about your phone number?
228-233-4031.
Alright, thanks for that information, Jarek. Going back to your concern, how can I help you with this claim number?
So I still don't have the phone on me, and I need it. So yeah, I was just trying to see like where it is by chance. They told me that they would. I filed the claim. I want to say maybe on Thursday or Friday. They said that over the weekend they wouldn't be able to look, but then they should be able to look. The phone is pinned in a warehouse in Louisville, Kentucky. I can give you the exact address if you needed to. And I was just waiting for that information to be located and found.
Alright, I understand, and thank you for that information. So, as per checking here, we already received your device claim affidavit, which is, that's great. And after this, as of now, we're still looking for your device. But no need to worry since you already provided the device claim affidavit. As soon as the warehouse confirmed that they already received your device, we will be notifying you via email, and we will ship back your phone as soon as possible. So for now, no further action needed since you already provided us the copy of your device claim affidavit. Okay?
So I guess for clarity, how long? Like, what are the steps that are done on your end to find my device? Because I'm kind of concerned like for me, I had the exact location of the specific building, and I think that would narrow it down. You know where you guys could look, but you know I'm just in need of it, so I'm just trying to see like what like exactly is done on your end, so I can have a decent idea to see how long this would take. Because originally they told me I might see something within the next hour, and that's days ago.
Yes, I understand. And no need to worry. According to this notes, you clock it at Louisville, Kentucky, right?
So the location is in it's in Louisville, Kentucky.
Yes, that's great because our warehouse is located at Louisville, Kentucky. So for now, since you already dropped it, we are just waiting for the warehouse to confirm that they already received your device, and then after that, after the warehouse confirmed that they already got your device, we will be emailing you on how to get your phone back.
Okay. So what can I do? Like, how can I like what is it that I'm waiting on for them to confirm that like for the warehouse to confirm it? Like should I call the phone? Is it easier for them to hear it then? Like
For this, as per checking, it's 7 to 10 days, and as per checking, your case age is 4. So the maximum will be 10, and the minimum will be 7. So after that, after the warehouse confirmed that they already received your device, we will ship back your device as soon as possible since you already provided us the copy of your device claim affidavit. Okay.
okay. Should I call the police if I don't hear anything within a couple of days?
Yes, that would be great. I highly suggest that you could file a police report for this.
No, the
And
police report is already filed. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like I'm only going out my way to use your services because it's in your jurisdiction, but the police report is filed. It's actually on the file of the eco of my like case number, claim number. So what I'm trying to say is I have the exact location. Should I call the police to go to this location to expedite this process?
if you want, you can send us the screenshot of the device location, and then we will um, we will take note of it, and then we will follow up on our warehouse so that it can possible locate it as soon as possible.
Okay, so I'm about to send you a screenshot, okay?
Yes. So after this call, you can send us the copy of the screenshot of the location, and then um, we will attach it in your claim so that the warehouse team will notify, and then we will check it as soon as possible. Okay.
Okay. And so like is the reason why it's taking so long because like am I like on the bottom of the list or something? Like how does this work?
No need to worry because the warehouse team doing their best to ship back all the device that has been lost or stolen.
Okay. Is there a way I could talk to the manager of the warehouse?
For now, we don't have any access for that.
So you guys don't have any communication with that warehouse?
As of now, we don't have any access, but no need to worry because we will following up, and then we will notify you right away as soon as the warehouse confirm that they receive your device. It's already the case age is 4. The minimum will be 7, so um, the maximum will be 6 days, and then we will ship back your phone.
You said the minimum is 7 and the max is 10.
Yes, that's correct. in your case age is 4, so it will be 3 to 6 days.
Okay, did you get the email?
Did you already send the screenshot?
I just did, attached to an earlier email.
All right, let me check if we already received your email, and then as of now, we don't receive it yet. The only email we received from you is the device claim affidavit. But no need to worry because we will wait for your email, and then we will attach it in your claim.
Yeah, I thought I attached it to there, but let me send it one more time, big dog. Yeah, see on my end it says mine is sent at 4:17.
Yes, for checking, it's already attached. So I already received it just now, and I will attach it in your claim, the screenshot of your device location.
Okay.
So right now, I will attaching it.
Okay. And as of now, you're saying there's no one that I can communicate specifically to the warehouse because you also have no one that you communicate to the warehouse.
Since you already provided a copy of your since you already provided the screenshot of your device location, so here's what I will do. I will take note of this on your claim so that the warehouse team will check it as soon as possible. So for now, check your email time to time for the next step, okay?
Okay. And so you're saying there's no way I can have the email teams, the warehouse teams email or anything like that. That's like not a thing.
Yes, because our email is the same. It's ecosupport@ecoatm.com. It's all our email.
All right, cool. Well, thanks.
All right. So thank you for understanding. And anything else, Derek?
No, that's it, man. Thanks.
All right. Thanks for calling EcoATM, and bye for now.
All right, goodbye.
Thank you.
You see how I was asking those questions and he kept kind of dodging them?
Yes. That's why I was like, as why there has to be a person over him to speak with.
Well, maybe if I call again, I could talk to somebody above. Like, if you were to call again, he's not going to be the same guy to answer you. So it might be somebody else.
Yeah, I'll call again. See.
They trying to play with the wrong one, bruh. I'm not that sad.
ATM Gazelle. To speak with customer service, press 1. If you represent law enforcement or are a city inspector, press 1. For all other calls, press 2. If you are currently at an EcoATM kiosk, press 1. If you have previously spoken with our customer support team and have an existing case, press 2. All others, press. For claims regarding a phone that was reported to EcoATM as missing, press 1. For all others, press 2. Thank you for contacting EcoATM. My name is Carl. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?
Hi, this is Jark McCarter.
Thank you. Again, I am Carl. How can I help you?
Hey, Carl. I wanted to get in contact with like the warehouse team. Is there a way I can get directed to that number?
Regarding to the warehouse team, I'd love to assist you and then, I'll follow up with them. It's just that we don't have like a direct line with them, but we have a system here where we can communicate, but we just don't have like a phone number.
But I can be the one that can help you. Did you want to relay a message, or did you want to check the status of your claim?
Yeah, a little bit of both. So yeah, I have a claim, and I have the exact location pinned via the iPhone, like the iCloud, and I wanted to, yeah, like I know it's taking a little bit longer, and I was trying to just expedite that process by having the exact locations and stuff like that. That's why I want to talk to the warehouse team to maybe help like indicate where it was at or something like that.
I understand. Let me see what I can do with this. Of course, I'll do my best to help. Can you provide me the claim number so I can check? I'm ready.
It's 03240900.
Thank you. And Jared, can you verify your phone number and email?
228-233-4031. Email is jarrecjr@icloud.com.
Thank you so much for verifying. I just wanted to inform you that the phone number you provided is different from the one registered here. Can you provide me a different number?
So my actual phone number for the device is 22823. Wait. When you say registered, the one on file should be 228-233-4031. For like on the Gazelle device, on the device claim paperwork, I typed that number in.
Oh yeah. I can just edit this one, but you can provide me the phone number that's on the one that got stolen. I think that's the one you registered because that's the one I'm looking at here.
Yeah. I never provided the one for the one that got stolen because they told me there's no need for that because the phone is off.
Oh, of course. No worries. I can just put that on the notes to avoid confusion in the future. You can just verify using your physical address.
102 Yant Drive, Biloxi, Mississippi.
Thank you so much, Jarek. I'm sorry about that. It's just for verification. I know you understand. Okay, so here's what I will be doing. So, based on my understanding, you want to talk to the warehouse team because you have an update regarding the exact location of the iPhone, and you said you wanted to expedite the process so you can, get the phone as soon as possible. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And yeah, what else do we need to know? Tell me more about what you wanted me to inform the warehouse team.
I mean, that's it. I wanted to, like, obviously I'm assuming there are a lot of phones and stuff like that. I have a location. I need them to go check that location and be able to call. But I wanted to see if I can yeah, like if I could talk to like a higher manager or I'm sorry, or a manager in that area that could make this process a little bit faster. Because like I said, a lot of phones out there. I don't know if you want me to call the phone. Like I don't know. Like like I gave you the IMEI number, of course, but like the exact location and stuff like that. Like I know the exact warehouse, so I'm kind of getting like I just want clarity. Like I know it's like a 7-day process, but it shouldn't be with everyone there. So that's what I'm saying. Especially with me calling and advocating to expedite this process, it should be I should be helping them out. Like this should be an easier, faster process now with me doing this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. I get what you're saying, Jarek. Basically, I'm looking at the screenshot that you sent us. Is this the one you're saying, the
Yes.
7219 Global Drive?
Yes.
This is the one, right? Oh, okay. I see. All right, so please stay on the line. I'll be coordinating this with our department. Can you give me 1 or 2 minutes, please?
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Please stay on the line. I'll place the call on hold.
All right. What you thinking, Mara? like this beat though.
They said it's been how long? 4 days?
That's what they said.
And you expect, and they said by 7 days, what? Huh?
This is like a 7-day minimum. Then it's like 10 days max where they're looking for something. But I'm like, it shouldn't take that long though. It's right here. Like, I'm giving y'all benefit of the doubt. God save me.
Yeah, they should be able to say something. Yeah, there should be a process of. Did you ever? Did you ever ask them what's the process of them actually finding the phone?
Yeah, that's what I did. They're being non-descriptive. That's what I said. Like, what, like, how does this work? Like, why is it taking so long? What chain of command? Like, what situation? And then I said, do I need to call the police?
And what is he doing? He has been holding his own wallet.
I don't know. He said he's gonna check something.
Well, ask him. When you get back, you ask him what exactly is the process. Because, yeah.
Huh? Huh?
I just want others to jump. I just gotta seriously go through this because it's very easy to accumulate things over time. So very easy to accumulate things, and then so when you move, it's like, you know. What were you saying about my room? You hope I don't have what in my room?
All these pillows.
Thank you so much for holding, Jarek. I'm back. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Alright, thank you for waiting. I already reported this to my department and I explained to them your situation. I also informed them of your request. Regarding to expedite the process, I did request. It's just we don't have like a guarantee of the time frame. It really depends. I want to explain to you that we're still looking for your device and we're waiting for the device to arrive at the warehouse. We still don't have any confirmation from the warehouse team. I checked with them and they said they're still looking for it. Also, about the turnaround times, we really need to wait for the device to arrive at the warehouse and we will be the one to email you. But I did request to if it's possible to expedite the process. They informed me we don't have like a specific date when we can finish the process. But yeah, they did confirm they'll do their best to find it as soon as possible. We just don't have like a specific day that we can give you.
Okay.
It depends.
Yeah. Cool, man. Thank you. It really sounds like you care about your customers and you're looking for our best interests. But I will say, what doesn't make sense to me is if you look in that pit photo, this is at a current warehouse. This is not in a kiosk. This is in being shipped. It is in a warehouse in Louisville, Kentucky. It is already in one. So if you can't find it, it sounds like I'm gonna call the police now because it's clearly there and it's been pinned. And if you're saying it hasn't been notified by a warehouse, hasn't gotten to one yet, then I don't know where that is then. So it sounds like it might not be with you guys at all. And I need to call the police.
Regarding that one, yes. You can definitely inform them. I can see from the notes that you already filed a police report with the Metro Police Department. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Again, Jarek, we really want to help you out. It's just, this is out of my control, the turnaround times.
Right.
You said you requested to speak with the higher team. Do you still wish to speak with them regarding the process? But if this were up to me, it's out of my control.
Yes, sir. If I could please talk to the warehouse team or something like that, that'd be great.
Okay, I understand. Jarek, please stay on the line. I'll connect you now.
How's it going, Mom? Mom, how do you think I'm handling this situation?
I think you're handling it well.
Thanks for calling Eco ATM. This call may be recorded or monitored for quality assurance.
Man, what? Oh.
Sometimes you have to be persistent to get answers to what you need and stuff, and not allow the okie doke, so you're gonna have to tell me something. So yeah, I think you're handling it well, sweet.
Well, I'm glad you can witness this. This is what your son. This is who you raised your son to be.
What you say?
I said I'm glad you witnessed. You're witnessing this. This is who you raised your son to be. Yeah.
Right? So he's saying that there is a person you can talk to. Well,
Right. That's why I said call again.
Lord, give us understanding and patience, but also give us insight and wisdom, and make sure this is not the okie doke.
That's why I said I'm calling the police.
Yep.
I'm trying to scare him a little bit. Like I know where it's like.
Yep, I noticed that. I noticed that too.
This is Jark McCarter.
I'm so sorry, sir. Your line is cutting in and out.
This is
May I have again your name, sir?
Jarek McCarter.
Sharik.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. MacArthur, thank you so much for providing your name. And again, I'm Chosen. How may I help you today?
So were you not referred by somebody else recently? I'm sorry?
Can you tell me more, sir? What happened?
I was told that he was referring me to somebody else. Did this not happen? Like, did I just randomly get linked to another call?
Your call had been connected over here to the higher escalations department.
Okay. Hi. Yeah. So basically, my phone, my missing device, I filed a claim a while back, and I wanted to kind of expedite this process, and I wanted to see like, what is it? What is your like? I know it takes a couple days. I'm just wondering like, what is the process and like why? Like, does it take so long? So then I can maybe help because as far as my location on my iCloud pins in a specific spot in a warehouse already, and I would think that that information should be ideally used to be able to find my device. But I've been told that my device is still being looked for and it's trying to be sent to a warehouse, but it's already at a warehouse on my end. So I'm trying to give you any information to expedite this process so I can have my phone and get everything back.
All right, so that's good to know, sir, that you have already pinged the device to a warehouse. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But by any chance, I will just need first to have your claim number for
I
me
do.
to check and confirm.
Okay.
Go ahead.
C03240900.
I'm so sorry, is that C03240903?
Zero. No three. Replace the three with a zero.
Okay. So let me again repeat. C03240900.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the correct claim number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. I do apologize because I cannot hear you clearly on the line. It seems that you are very far away from your phone.
Oh, yeah.
And,
No, I'm sorry about that.
Okay. May you confirm what is your best callback number?
228-233-4031.
228-233-4031.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So your device, this is for an Apple iPhone 14 Pro Max, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So just give me a moment. Let me just go ahead first and check the status of your phone, okay? Hold on, please.
You okay, Mom?
All right. So, sir, your phone, this is for an Apple iPhone 14 Pro Max, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, you already provided the screenshot. This is the location
Yes.
that you were able to ping the phone, correct?
Yes.
At the
Yes.
warehouse? This is the one that you're referring about?
Yes.
Okay. All right. A moment, sir.
Bro. These niggas weird, bro.
Just give me one moment, okay? Because as of now, we have not yet located the phone. I will just need first to run a test here using this IMEI number that you provided, okay? Just give me a moment, please. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So, by the way, thank you so much for patiently waiting. I do apologize for the delays, Mr. MacArthur. So, I just would like to inform you, sir, that as of now, we still don't have any confirmed transaction using this IMEI number of your device. But, however, we have here the proof and the screenshot was attached under your claim. So, what we're going to do is we will submit this one so that we can make sure that we can do a thorough review of where this location that you are referring about so that we can make sure as well that we can return your device as soon as possible. So we have the proof. We have provided us the screenshot of that location. So what we're going to do is we will work on this one right now. As soon as possible, sir, that we can locate your phone, we will notify you right away.
Okay. So you're saying you'll work on it like right now.
All right. Yes, we're going to submit this one. We're going to do a further investigation since we have already the proof that you were able to ping the device to a specific warehouse location. So, again, once we can confirm that we have this device, you will be notified right away. We will be calling you back or we will be providing you an email again to let you know. But as of this time, please kindly give us a time to make sure that we can do the review and do the investigation since we have the proof and the location where
Okay.
you were able to ping your phone.
Thank you. So for future so how long should I when is a good time for me to then how long should I wait until I call the police? Like when is that?
Okay. If you believe, sir, that you're a victim of crime, we suggest that you will need to file for a police report.
Okay.
On your notation here, you confirmed that you had already filed for a report, right?
Yeah, because my phone was stolen, and then they took that stolen device and then put it into an ATM. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so sir, if it's pinging to a specific warehouse, so I would advise you not to do the device retrieval at the store because possibly your device is not there. So it would be a waste of your time, a waste on the effort of the police officer as well. So again, we will do an investigation since you were able to provide us a screenshot or the proof that indeed it is at a warehouse. So we're going to work on this one. And again, once we can confirm that we have this device, right away we will notify you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Do you have other questions, Mr. MacArthur?
No, that is it. I'll be patiently waiting. Truly. Did you hear
Sorry,
me?
sir, you're cutting in and out.
I said no worries. I will be truly patiently waiting. Thank you.
All right. Thank you as well, sir, for your patience, okay? And again, we will be assisting you throughout this process in locating your phone. Thank you again, Mr. MacArthur. Have a wonderful afternoon ahead, sir.
All right, thanks.
All right. You're welcome.
Hello?
Hello.
All right.
So what do you think, Mom?
She said that now that they have that, what did she say about not to call the police? Because why? What? I didn't hear that part. What she said?
She was just saying there's a chance for it to not even be there or something but she said that she's gonna she said that they're gonna be able to look at said that like for me, just wait for emails. They're gonna verify like all that stuff. But honestly, even if I don't get an email, I'm probably gonna try to contact the Louisville, Kentucky police, and then have them like pull up on it, and then see if they can, uh, see if they can just like search the area. Does that make sense?
Oh, you can definitely reach out and call. Yeah, keep checking your email, and yeah, and if you don't see anything, because yeah, if you're saying that it pings that it is at the warehouse, and they're saying that they're not seeing that it's at the warehouse.
Yeah, now they're saying they're gonna look and all other stuff like that, and I'm just like, okay, well.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll say, because when's the last time you talked to them?
On Friday.
And today's Monday. So I say, because you gave them all that info. Okay. Give it a couple of days. Call them back. Or yeah. And see what they're saying. They shouldn't be saying the same thing. Then we can go to the next step. But yeah. And they're supposed to be expediting it, right?
Hopefully, that's the police. That's gonna be the Louisville police. When I do call them, I guess.
What's this 502 number?
I said that's gonna be the Louisville police if I do call.
Oh, that number right there.
Yeah.
Well, Rashawn, you just sent me a random number.
No, I literally just said it. Yep, you sound like you need to lay down, man.
I have to. Still trying to clean up, and well, first trying to clean up, then gotta go through this crap and see if I am gonna go ahead by myself and they drive and meet me, or what?
Ooh.
Your dad and sisters.
To where?
To North Carolina.
You're gonna go. Oh, you're gonna go early?
I don't know. I'm going originally because we're driving because it's too expensive for all of us to fly out. It's at short notice and everything. But and they've already started, so I'm gonna ask my sister if she needs me there early. She's went ahead and started. Well, Zach is helping her clear out his stuff and everything. I was gonna be. I can't get there too early. I mean, I have to prep this house. I have to prep and prepare because we have to move. And
Does she know this?
no, they don't know any of this. They didn't ask, sweetie. They didn't inquire.
Well, mom, you gotta say that though.
Huh?
So you gotta say that though.
No, what I'm saying, I'm gonna reach out and I'm gonna ask her, does she need me? Like, I was gonna start on the obituary.
I'm not gonna lie, mom. That's gonna come across as like you just not trying to. I mean, like not trying to go. But you know what I'm saying? That's gonna come across of like you not being eager to want to come. Like
we talking about to come early?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You gotta let her know like why. Like first, like hey, I in case you didn't know, I'm moving.
No, I was gonna let her. I'm trying to figure out when I can come.
Right, but
We're going. No.
Like,
What I was saying was, I was gonna let her know.
Myself.
What? You ain't gonna tell her anything. I don't need you to tell her anything on behalf of me.
I'm
What
not.
am I supposed to
gonna tell her that. I'm gonna tell her we're moving right now. I'm gonna tell her.
No, Rashawn, you do not need. Stop. Why do you feel the need to try to fix something that's not broken?
Oh, doesn't really seem.
No, I don't need you to interest. That doesn't make sense. Oh, we're moving. No. What I said was, I'm going to call her and I'm going to ask her, I'm trying to figure out when I'm going. We're driving. She asked me, we're driving up there, but do you need me there earlier? She's already done a lot of stuff. It just happened on Thursday.
I mean,
literally.
She's gonna say yes, Mom. I mean, she's gonna need like even if she
I know, son. I don't. Hold on. I don't know. When I talked to her earlier, she said she's gonna start working on the obituary today.
I mean, that's
I told her I was
probably
gonna. No, I told her I was gonna start working on the obituary today. And she's like, I've done plenty. She wants to do it. She said she's done plenty. She knows the format. She wants to do it. Go ahead and do it. Her and Zach has already cleaned out the house. She's making a point to go ahead and do all this. So, I mean, honestly, without asking, so it's like, look, Granddad already said they're going to do it this date. He wants his pastor of the church he goes to and all that stuff. So, I'm like, look, I know what I have to do here. And also, I wasn't trying to, your dad spoke, he's like, hey, you need to go earlier. Because I was thinking about going on this weekend and be there a week earlier, possibly. And instead of everybody, he's like, he doesn't know about possibly going. But that's still a week earlier and all that we got to do. I'm just asking her, does she need me to come earlier?
Well, I'm gonna say this,
like,
Mom.
Hold on, because it sounds like she got it all together. She ain't trying to whatever. So, do she need me to come earlier? If she needs me to come earlier, then I'll look up some flights so I can come earlier if they don't want to go as early as I'm trying to go. And then they will drive and meet us there. What were you about to say?
I'm saying, based off my conversation with her a while back, it seems like, she said, what she said that was really dramatic. She said, I told him out one time, I was like, Nikki, I'm tired. I'm tired of doing all this stuff and having to take on these burdens and da. So, if based off that conversation, if I could predict anything, I'm going to predict that she is feeling that way right now. And she's probably going to be like, wow, you asked me. And then she's going to be like, no, I already got it. Kind of to prove herself and to already say that she's been doing all this. I've been doing all this.
Yes, and that's exactly probably what she was going to say. But the thing about it is, she does more, but that's on her because she's not trying. Like I said, I wasn't there. I can't help that I'm not there. I can't help that I'm not driving distance. I'm not driving distance, just hop in the road and be able to be there like the same day. I'm not. I'm miles and miles away. And so when this went down, that Thursday, everything went down. When she said, let me talk to the cop. I talked to the cop. He got my name. I told her, he gave her the card. I told her to take a picture of it and send it to me. She didn't do that. But anyway, she did call me today and said about the toxicology report and stuff like that. She's been going down there every day. She went down to his spot to and she cleaned up, got his shoes, whatnot, and stuff. And she's thinking about all that stuff. She said, stuff that's trash, throw away. And I said, and she doesn't want to wait. She said, she don't know when, but she doesn't want to wait. She wants to go ahead and handle that. And she's been to his storage and seen about that. And we can go through that. She said we can go there when I get there, whatever. If there's anything. I said the thing about it is this. And then she said, Tamika, no, the kids need to be able to go in the storage room there's anything of their dad's, they need to look through the storage room and be able to, like, now we're trying to raise money. We're trying to have that to make sure to cover all the expenses, and for it. So, but if we still need more money, like she was planning on like selling his shoes that he has. If we don't need to sell them, then Bryson can fit them. And Bryson can get them. He has a washer and dryer. And
The washer and dryer needs to get taken to Granddad's house. You know why?
What?
There's a washer and dryer, and Bryson or Joshua could take that thing later in life. You know what I'm saying?
I know. So my thing, if we have to sell them to raise the money, then I agree to sell them to raise the money. However, if we are able to pay for the stuff without selling them, then we don't need to sell them because yes, Joshua more than likely, but between them, whatever, they will need it. They can get a washer and dryer. That's a washer and dryer, and they can have it. And that's what. But I told her. She says she about to start. She said she didn't do anything yesterday. It was a day for herself. Okay. She said, and she said she's starting the obituary today. I said I was gonna start it. She says she pretty much she's in mind to do it. She said she's been doing it. She's done it. Other obituaries. She knows the format and stuff. She just asking me for pictures. She's doing all this, and so she wants to do all this. They didn't call me for. She asked me on Friday. Friday, Karis called me early, and I was on the phone with her for a while. I got the phone. Clea called me. She said, "I'm trying to get out of here." See, this is Friday's the next day everything happened. She said, "I'm trying to get out of here." She asked me. She said, "Can you call the different funeral homes?" I was like, "Yeah, that's something I can do." I'm here. I was spending the majority of that day calling funeral homes, getting information. I called the one that Tamika knew family of or something like that, and then when she found some information, she sent it to me, and I called them. Then she found out about someone else, and by going by a name, a reference, a name, she asked for the information. I gave her the information that I came up with compared to the other one, and she got it. And between her and she told my dad, and they decided on that one. And she said that's the better one, and they decided on that one. Mind you, I had spent all day calling the daggone funeral different homes and talking. But and then as I talked to her, I did tell her like, well, this is that, whatever. This is better, that. And based on the numbers, so she said this one is better. And I said, well, send me the information so I can see it because I've been calling. I wanted to compare with some other stuff. Now, honestly, it wasn't bad. But she didn't give me the information till later the following day.
Why didn't she get buried next to Nana?
He get buried next to Nana?
Yeah.
Right now, we're looking at cremation possibly because it was cheaper, but Granddaddy wanted him buried. Nana is buried in Raleigh. At somewhere that's where she wanted to be buried. Granddaddy wants him buried in the family plot that they have. Nana didn't want to be buried over there. But he said, because from what Lee was saying, a lot of families had a plot at this other location, including Granddaddy. But when I talked to him, he said that a lot of family is going to be buried there, including great-grandma Gladys is going to be buried there. His dad is buried there.
What? Grandma Gladys? Why are you talking about her already?
He's just saying that they already have plots there. People do get their plots ahead of time. That's what happened with Uncle Gene. Nana had the plots at the cemetery in Boston, but she didn't get buried there. And so when they had to bury
Uncle, she had one in Boston?
Yeah, with grandma. But she didn't. She did that, I guess, when grandma passed. So
what was she doing?
Rashawn, people get plots ahead of time.
No, I'm saying, why didn't she go? Why was she thinking to go to Raleigh?
No, I think that was just the process of getting grandma's plot. They need to get her plot, and she got it. I was not there for the organization of that, son. There's a reason why she got it, I'm sure. She knew she had that plot when she decided she wanted to be buried in Raleigh at that place. So, but she got that for a reason. But she got it. We, as her kids, had to sign off for it so that Uncle Gene could have it to be buried in the plot. Since she's no longer living.
And that's whenever they found out about Uncle BJ.
Because we couldn't get in touch with him.
That is just so like a movie messy, bro. That was just so messy. Like how you trying to get signed off for the death of your uncle, and in the process of dying of that, you find the death of your brother. That's just like horrible.
Yes, it is. But anyway, so you gotta remember, and if she doesn't understand, I don't know what to tell her. My brother passed on Thursday. Today is Monday. It's not like I live there. So she did all what she did. It's not like I could just hop in the car and just drive there.
I know, but I'm saying, did you ever tell her what you had going on? You should say yes, okay.
I'm fine, sweetie. Honestly, regardless, number one, people, because it's just selfishness to just think about yourself. But number one, it literally just happened. So for anybody to think I could just hop on the plane and just hop in the car and go the very next day, I don't know what to say. Today is just Monday. It happened on Thursday, not Thursday morning, Thursday afternoon, about 4 o'clock, 4 or 5 o'clock their time. Then the next day, so we jump on it. I'm on the phone all day trying to get the funeral and all that stuff. I called Granddaddy on Friday and I asked him, "Hey, have you gotten the church yet to see about using the church?" He said he was waiting on about his body and stuff. Okay, he was determined to just wait. Later, from Olivia, that he did get it secured, but he didn't tell me he got it secured. But he did get it. He did end up getting it. He made it sound like, well, because he wasn't a member. And I was like, well, what about? And I'm saying nothing. I said, well, what about your old church? He said it's not big enough. Well, you have other pastors, though. I mean, you know other people. But I found out later, that he was able to do that. So they're making these decisions. They're doing these things. Non-communication. I'm not hearing. I'm getting this secondhand later. Like Vernell's niece did a GoFund, whatever, and he said, "Go ahead." He had her do it. I happened to pull up Facebook and I see this. Like, what is this? A GoFund? I see it.
A GoFundMe? That's where you.
Yeah, I know what it is, son. The fact that it was done. I'm like, what is this? I called Talia, and that's when she gave me the story of Vernell's niece doing it, and she's upset because Granddaddy told her to go ahead and do it, and she was like, well, you should have said something to me or Nick. But she went ahead and did it. At the same time, she went ahead and did it. She didn't say anything to me about it. I happened to look at and call, and when I called, that's when she tells me, but I didn't know anything about it. So therefore, the next day, because I had a throbbing headache that day, and I saw it, and when she told me that, I was like, okay. So that morning, I got it. Your dad helped me, and we put it on our page, so more people can see it, so more people can get it. Not just her page, and of course, family, whoever would share it, copy and share and stuff. But I put it on my page, and then from my page, our page, Auntie asked if it was okay if we put it on the church page. And I was like, fine. And they put it on the church page. So there, guess what? So more people can see it and more people can give. But see, I didn't even know anything about it. So you're doing these things, but see, it's not even, you didn't ask, well, can you, she asked, today when I was coming, I was like, I'm trying to figure it out. She said, no, you driving? I was like, yeah, we're driving. Now, at first, because it's a lot. So at first, I'm like, we just need to drive. I didn't think, we fly separately because it costs. But your dad mentioned that he said you need to just go separate. It'll be okay. You go ahead and fly, and then we'll just do that. I was like, okay. Because right now I was trying to see if it was just feasible, possible, you know. And so that's why I said I'm gonna call her up and I'm gonna ask her, hey, do you need me to be there early? I said, we're driving up because it's too much for us all to fly. But if you need me there earlier, do you need me there early? That's what I was going to say. Do you need me there earlier? Because from my understanding, she pretty much got it. Zach has a trailer or something like that. She's going to put that up. And because when I said it, and I said, well, she said, it'll be done by the time I got there. She don't know when I was get there. She doesn't know. But in actuality, I guess she wants all that, in her mind, she wants all this done probably before she goes to Uncle Gene's funeral. They already put the funeral on the 19th, on Saturday. So that's going to be a full week. I could have easily, there's no rush to have had that his spot cleared. I could have, we could have easily, I could have been there to help her clear it up that week, and gotten that part done. Yes, besides going to his storage room to go through that stuff. But she's taking it on. She's not inquiring. She's not asking. She's deciding to take this on. She's deciding to do the other stuff. When BJ was there, that she felt like she was probably on her own. Okay, you're there. I'm not here. He is there. And yes, people helped. I'm not there. He got this. I was on my end doing stuff, checking out apartments, looking up stuff, calling numbers, and I was doing other things to help on this end. She felt like, and I told her whenever we first went out, you're not doing this by yourself. But her and daddy are doing it. So while you're doing, at first I was getting upset, and then even today, when I was like, okay, and then I called because she asked before about your dad doing the eulogy. I said, I don't know. I said, I'm going to ask him. I'm not just going to speak for your dad and say, yeah, he can do the eulogy. What kind of mess is that? I did tell her that he can do it. But then we found out that Granddaddy wants his pastor to do it. And I was like, he didn't even know BJ. But he knows me. Okay. All right, but you're not the one that's lying there. But, but you want him to do it. That's very traditional.
Who, Granny said that?
Huh?
Granny said that?
What? Said what?
Her granny's the one that was like, he wanted that to be done, you said? Like, he knows Granddaddy? Is that what he said?
He said he wants his pastor to do it.
And you said he didn't know him.
He didn't know anything about BJ. And he said, but he knows me. I can see. And I can see if BJ was, if he did go to church, if he knew, or even if it was Reverend Ray. Because Reverend Ray was the pastor when we used to go there. But this pastor that don't know anything, he just don't know anything about him. Just a general,
How come Granny didn't do it?
I think 2 reasons. I think because he doesn't pastor church anymore. Even before he started pastoring, he wasn't ministering like that because he just doesn't have the energy to minister like that. And plus, I just think he's just not there to utilize his son like that, and so like I said, because the paperwork, she said she hasn't called she hasn't called the owner of the house yet. And so I was planning on going this like the weekend or that earlier that week. So if to help finish to do anything that needs to be done prior to the actual funeral. That's what I was planning on doing. And drive up there. And your dad was like, well, what if they don't want to be there a whole week early? You know, he'll take the time off. But, I mean, it's not about, what's the problem with they be there and spend time? But he was like, what if they don't want to be there a whole week early? And you could just go. I don't see the purpose of spending extra money and for me to fly out there just because and then, we don't want to be there a week early. Well, it's also time they could just spend with granddaddy and just chilling. But whatever.
Well, Mama, I think it's a win. I understand, and seems like you already know it's kind of inevitable to walk into some mess.
Hold on for a second, Rashawn. What?
She keeps on shaking, and also she's screwing her butt. Did you do anything on her butt?
What?
She needs to get grown.
Yeah, but also she's shaking, and I'm like,
because you hear thunder. She could, because I think I hear a little bit, and they hear it. I need to make an appointment to get her groomed, get her this week. I'll do it.
Shaking so violently.
Yeah.
And scooting her butt on the floor.
No, baby, just let her go in your room.
No, she's scooting her butt.
No.
She's not gonna do that.
Yes, she just did 2 seconds ago.
Anissa. Wait, wipe her hair from her eyes.
Listen, I can only do so much. She needs to get groomed. She looks like a mop right now.
I also have to take her in. She hears the thunder, I think. She also has to go and go to it's time for her to get her checkup and get her teeth cleaned. I'd rather do that before I get her groomed, because they put her back there where they keep the dogs and stuff. And so I'd rather get her that.
Why don't you just have her stay with Gawk and Granny or something like that?
We are.
Oh.
I'm not putting her in a kennel. No, they usually keep her for us when we have to dip like that. But yeah, just she's alright. Let me fix my foot. What were you saying, Rashawn?
I was just saying, I said, Mom, you already know you're gonna have to walk into some mess with all this stuff, regardless.
I know.
And what?
Pray for your mama. Pray for your mama. Pray for your mama.
So, what I'm saying, but like that's what I was saying. Like I already know, knowing on Lily, by you asking that question, it's gonna trigger her to be like, well, the fact that you even have to ask, of course, someone should be here early. You should want to be here early. Like that's what it's gonna trigger.
And no, the response is, it's not about wanting to be here early. Everything is can I be there early? So if you need, it sounds to me like you pretty much got, like everything is pretty much done. But if not, if you need me there early, I will be there earlier.
I mean, but
does it make it harder? Does it make it harder on me and everything that I have to do? Yes. But I will be there early. If you need me, there early.
I would still let her know about the whole moving thing.
I will.
Because
I will. I mean, I'm not. No. When I ask, I am. When I ask her, then when I had this conversation with her, I am. My dad asked me on Friday, when am I coming? I said, I don't know when I'm coming. I mean, it's amazing how people cannot think past themselves sometimes, and it's frustrating with family, because it's like, it happened yesterday, it's the next day, when are you coming? And in some respects, if it was normal time and there was nothing going on, then it's very easy to say, you know what, I'm already looking at, okay, we can go this, I'm coming on this day. But it just so happened that that's not and then we didn't even know when his body was being released or anything like that. And I asked him, he said he doesn't know, and he was waiting on things when his body was going to be released. And
also, Granddaddy hasn't really left North Carolina in a while. So I meant for him to growing up like for him to request hey, when you coming down, it's for him it's it's kind of hard for him to remember oh yeah, it used to take me a while to when he lived in Boston. That was a long time ago, a way long time ago, and it wasn't that long. So versus now, it's he's been within driving distance from everything he really needed for a while. So it's hey, why don't you come down here? You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what Granddaddy in his message was you should come see Granddaddy. It's well, I don't know how that's gonna happen. I don't got no that's what I'm thinking. I'm hey, unless you helping me, I can't go see you.
Granddaddy's just Granddaddy. There's been times when before he got sick like this, him and Vernell went to South Carolina. They went somewhere before and whatever. They've even years when y'all were little, they even went to Hawaii. But
that was a while ago.
That
was a long time ago.
I know, but I'm saying, but before he got sick, they went to, like I said, South Carolina and stuff like that. People, hey, I'm just...
No, I'm saying, but actually, living there, he's probably, forgetting, oh, it is a quick turnaround.
No, you're not forgetting, you just not be considerate. You're not
thinking. Yeah, that too.
Because he felt it when they drove down for your graduation, didn't they?
Huh? Well, yeah, but then that's why he left so fast. He was well... And that's why my feelings were hurt when they didn't stay for that picture. Which actually, Auntie Uncle Lo didn't do that either. Which also I thought about.
Yeah, I meant to tell you. I meant to say that they did early. They didn't stay when you came down and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Boy, I was irritated Uncle Lo at that time anyway. Truly.
So it wasn't just them, it was them too.
Like I said, man, everybody had marbles drop. Everybody got slow and forgot what real life meant. Especially Auntie. Auntie even was a throwback. She was I don't know why I didn't do that. I really don't forgot. And I'm just
it was your nephew. It wasn't just somebody you knew that was graduating.
I was just you probably forgot what. I don't know. Like I said, for Atiana, of course you stayed because that's your daughter. But like I said, you probably forgot.
Yeah, Atiana, we all stayed and we all walked.
But we would if it was up to Dad, we would have left though. So, I mean, that's just how it would work.
No, he was trying to see her.
No, he wasn't. So he was. He didn't mind, but no, he wasn't. But I gotta
But regardless, Granddaddy just, so, I mean, whatever. I'ma just, because I'm trying to. I don't need to be there a week, especially when I'm gonna be there 2 weeks. And then I'm thinking in my mind that the funeral's gonna be earlier. And then she tells me that because it was Saturday. Then it was Saturday. Then now it's the next day. Saturday morning I called to check on her. I'm on my way to the gym. And she was telling me that she was going to they were going to his house to clean up. I said, well, have you talked today? And I was like, well, never mind. I said, do you know that? And I was like, never mind. She said, what? I mean, no. Oh, okay. She knows, but I know. I was like, do you know if Daddy thought about when he would like to do it? I'm thinking when he, and then she said, oh, the 19th. She said, because I gotta, I'm doing back and I told him, and he's like, okay. So they've been planning this, they've been discussing this. But anyway, 19. So I'm supposed to be there a full 2 weeks before the funeral? 2 weeks. Am I supposed to be there 2 weeks before the funeral? That makes no sense. When last year we were there and I was gone for 2 weeks, that was not planned. But at the same time, there's nothing else going on.
wasn't planning on spending. But at the same time, also.
It took you longer to get there.
No, I'm saying you were
people.
just there. You were just there, kind of just to be there, because like realistically, I mean, like, yeah, you were there to help with the drive, I guess, because realistically, like, I, you know,
trying to help. Well, make sure. Well, you had it, and then we had to
You know what I'm saying? Because you never like you didn't help to go get me. Like maybe if I really felt like I needed help, I guess I would have to like either go pick you up.
I wanted to help you drive because that was a long drive going from DC to there, and so I helped you drive.
You did.
And so that was, but regardless of the fact, you came. I was there.
Yes, I know. I stayed longer.
I got there a little earlier to see her, and then I got there a little earlier. I did. I just wasn't planning on being there that long. I did get there earlier to spend time to see them. Then it took you longer to get there.
Right.
And then we ended up being there all the way till Mother's Day. But the cool thing was spending Mother's Day with Grandma, going there. And then, we're at my dad. I was actually planning on spending time with Granddaddy, using that time for us to spend time with him, to see him, and to visit with him, and for me to have a conversation with him. But it just turns out that we were there that full week because I wasn't feeling well. And I wasn't feeling well at all. I was sick. You're like, Mom, you try to go. Son, I don't feel good. Sorry. I just was not feeling well at all. And so, but I'm not trying to be there for 2 weeks. When we lived there in the past, during Christmas time, when we were there for 2 weeks, that was a planned trip for 2 weeks. We were there for Christmas for 2 weeks. I spent a week with Granddaddy. We spent a week with Granddaddy. We spent a week with Nana. That was planned. For me to be there for 2 weeks, see, for everybody else, they are home. They're home. Their lives continue on, whatever it is. And so I don't need to be there a full 2 weeks ahead of time. Being there a week, that's something that I'm like, okay, but if she has everything covered and everything done, and she doesn't need to be there earlier, I will be there early enough to go up there, go through his storage room. Like I said, you're not how she seems to be. No, the kid just brings Tamika to look through. No, I don't see Tamika going there for any reason. Honestly, I don't see Tamika going there for any reason. She left the house with all her stuff. I see the kids going there, and if there's anything of their dad's.
But they don't have a car.
I know that. What I'm saying is, but they get to pick and see what it is. But at the same time, I can't even knock Tamika because he's gone now. They were married for a long time. It did not work out. So no, I can't even say that. But they go and to go through the stuff. I'll go through it or whatever and stuff. But it seems like, but I'm gonna ask her, and then she's like, "No, I got everything together." Then guess what? Then you got everything together. That's what you said. I'm not gonna go there earlier for no reason. I'm trying to figure out when to go, and it benefits me because I have time to. Because right now I have to finish prepping the house. I have to get things together for Easter so I can make it clearly plain for the volunteers so they can carry that out for that on that. And as far as the biggest thing right now, I have to do those two things. And then, my mind is also prepared. We're trying to get you home and everything after that, when school is out and stuff and all that stuff. But as far as currently right now, that affects right now is the moving. It's the moving, and I have to get that straight for church and everything. And so I'm gonna ask. I'm asking. It is what it is, but and stuff, and then like she does, you know, she's gonna be her, so she be her.
Make sure you have your laptop and stuff on you, I guess.
Huh?
Hopefully you have your laptop and iPad and all that stuff on you, because you're going to have to be doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I did have this idea for a while. I was like, what, you know, what to do for Father's Day, and I just thought about that this morning. I started planning it out. Do a Father's Day dad and kids field day.
At church?
Yes.
These people don't have dads. We're black.
For sure.
It's true. You should ask how many people have a dad.
At Father's Day, what do I call it? Father's Day.
Field day.
I named it. I called it something else. I can't think of it. But pretty much, it's a field day. That Saturday. So Father's Day that Sunday, a field day, and have events, you know, games and stuff like that, and you know, and yeah, kids got dads. They may not be in a 2-parent home, but they do have dads. And even if you don't have a dad figure, you know, come out and do that, do those with Father's Day. And then like the games I thought about, you know, some relay games. I was gonna give the what do you call it? The obstacle course, jump, bounce thing, the obstacle course. That's gonna be a game. You know, they have to run through it. Kickball game, some other stuff. Gonna have some music out there. I was gonna ask. I was gonna ask Joshua to DJ. I gotta tell him that the other thing is canceled. And
what other thing?
The family and friends day at the beach and on Easter after church. Gonna cancel that part, so I gotta let him know that. But have cotton candy, have snow cones, and then have someone come to do lunch. What do you think?
That sounds good.
And so yeah, I was gonna have him put up there soon, advertise it and put it like dads or dad figures, you know, fathers and father figures for fathers and father figures. So if a kid doesn't have a dad, you know, a father figure, you know, and the games and games and race, you know, just, you know, and it's a field day and just a fun field day.
So that sounds good.
Yeah, and it's not just for church.
Hopefully somebody get some pictures and stuff.
That's something else. Has someone do pictures. Like I don't want Lo do it because he should be doing it with Kate and Natiana. So have someone else. Or I'll probably take pictures. And you'll be home for that, right? Maybe.
I don't know this one. Speaking of, I haven't talked to you for a long time. I gotta go.
Huh?
Like I have to leave. Like I've started doing my work stuff for a minute. Like I've been on the phone for a long time.
You really have been on the phone for a long time.
So
I was thinking, like, oh, because now I gotta start fixing dinner. I'm supposed to be going to the gym, but I gotta fix this food. But I still I'll do the and that's at 6:30, so I still have time to do it. But yeah, I'm about to start frying this fish and fix this dinner. It shouldn't take long. But yeah, I'm gonna just ask her. And because whenever that happened, I was just perturbed. She said that, and she's trying to do that. I just perturbed. That's why whenever she told me initially that they set the date, and I was hot, I got the phone. I just didn't say anything. I was like, because I was hot. I do pretty well with reining in my temper. I do pretty good with chilling, and so I don't say anything. But when it boils over, it boils over. It's not good. Like, would you say I do pretty good with my temper?
Yes, but I think the thing you don't do sometimes is you'll just you'll step away and not bring it back up. So it's like you like hold it in and throw it away, but it's like no, there's a point for that, you know?
Right.
So it's like you gotta still bring up the point or whatever.
No, that's why I said originally I was going to say something as far as that, but when you're about changing the date, and your dad's like, no, we'll just, I was like, fine.
Yeah.
And so that's why I said I'm gonna have a conversation with your granddad when I get there, and stuff, because
Okay.
But don't.
I'm not saying nothing.
Huh?
I'm not saying anything. But Mom, I love you. I really gotta. Yeah, this went from brief. I don't know how long this thing turned into, but I'll talk to you later.
Yes, sweetie. I love you very much.
I'm on the phone with you for like 4 hours. Dang.
Me and Nevaeh, because Nevaeh was on the phone at first.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right.
But do me a favor. Text me the time that you said that the earliest flight that I could actually select for you for that Friday.
Well, it wasn't a flight. It was a train, but I could find a flight, yeah.
Oh.
Nah, but the trains are like...
Train.
The trains don't
do you
have
want
a
to
good
do
option.
A train?
No, I just want to... Yeah, I'll just do a flight. Well, all right.
Okay, how about this? I'll look at the flight. You said did you say, was it 3 o'clock you said the earliest you could leave? Just get a chance to look at it and text me the earliest you could leave again. Remembering the time that, the time to get out of class, the time that you get your stuff, the time that you actually get to the airport or whatever. Text me the earliest flight that you can actually take, and then also considering the fact that you need to be there 2 hours early. So consider that and text me the earliest that you can fly out. And then you also look at the Amtrak, because you say you like doing that, and then we'll look at the two, and depending on the two is which one you'll take. Okay? Like the Amtrak, if this is gonna be super long, then you don't need to do that one if it's super long or whatever. So, suggest check, send me that time or whatever, so I know for sure. So what to look at, and we'll go from there between the two. You tell me what you have, and then I'll look at what I got. Okay.
Okay.
I love you, sweetie.
Love you too.
You will.
Bye,
All right.
Love you too. Bye. Bro, I come at 2 o'clock, bro. Hello?
Hey.
Oh, they got the whole crew in there. What's up, y'all?
Oh, God.
So how's it feel, man? Do you like
is just beginning. That's how it feels to me. But I don't know. I'm trying to let everything settle in so far. You feel me? Like,
Yeah. Oh, and I still
you know,
got I still got more of the probate flicks too. I end up I didn't send all of them yet, but like those are like my
I
favorite
need
ones you've seen.
I need all of them. Hello?
Yeah. And I
But
got
those
like
the
I got
ones you
a
sent are hard.
oh for sure. And I got like a couple of like the whole line, like when y'all were like lined up, like as like a silhouette, a type of thing.
Mhm.
Like y'all were facing, like I try to stand in the middle of like the circle, and then y'all were like facing
Fine Knives?
yeah Kofa. No Kofa, and then I got like the back of y'all. It was tough. And then you had like
I'm
all
gonna
the
need to
bulls and
see
stuff.
that.
Yeah, let me see if I can find that.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
gonna have to see that.
So like,
We
do
need
y'all?
every single picture.
So are y'all like? Are y'all already like getting to work type or? Cause like with like the start of the new, cause I know all the band directors, especially Miko and them, they're already like in the talk of like starting a new season and what that looks like and stuff like that. So like, are y'all kind of in the same sentiment or not?
Yeah, we got things to do. Like tonight, we have an event to go to.
Mm.
The work is just now beginning. So, yeah, we got a lot to do. But that's what comes with it. And, yeah. Are you going to practice tomorrow?
Let's practice tomorrow
Mm-hmm.
with the band.
What's going on?
Oh, oh wait, no.
Yeah.
Is this for the thing, the Springfest or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not in Springfest. It was only like a select amount.
Who going?
I don't know. I think AK is going like but it's only one quint like we had to do a sign up list and like it's only like one quint, two snares like type thing. I think the full bass line maybe, but it's like real scarce. Which I don't know why, cause it's like a you know what I'm trying to say. It's like a at home place, so it's like
Right. Why is
why
that?
yeah like why can't we have like all the numbers be shown? But it's beyond me.
That's weird.
But yeah, my phone got stolen, so like I've been kind of out the
I
loop when
heard.
it comes to that stuff.
How the
Yeah,
hell you let somebody steal your phone?
nah, it's on me. I mean, well, basically we were coming like I mean some folks were coming from Mazda. We took the metro, took the green line, and like we're chatting and whatnot, da da da. And I thought my phone was my wallet in my pocket, so I left my phone in like the chair. And then I went to the dude. I went to like the like the nigga in the middle by like the turnstiles and stuff. And like he wasn't really doing his job properly. Like he like told me he wasn't able to call ahead and he didn't really know like what to do per se. Da da da. So then I ended up. It was like real late in the day too. It was like 11:30. So I was hoping that like it was just gonna stop, and then I was just gonna get up really early and try to like grab it as soon as we could in the morning. But then
Mm-hmm.
I guess somebody else went on that mug and took that joint, and then went towards Alexandria. So then on Find My iPhone though, it shows no on the iCloud thing like your location. It shows my location in like stuck at the airport. But if I go on my Find My iPhone, it shows like it was all the way to Alexandria. So then I waited for a
Oh,
minute
damn.
and I had to pull up there and I had to like saying press on people. The cops were acting like they couldn't necessarily help because it was an apartment building and all that. But like long story short, it's in the works right now. I'm gonna get it back. It's coming. Right now it's in Louisville, Kentucky though, of all places. because the dude sold it. The dude sold it to like an ATM. That's why I found out. And then it's at a warehouse out there. And but now through those warehouses though, I'm able to like I was able to pin it, and then I gotta go through like all these like little like nuances. I had to like go to Apple Store, get like my like specific tracking number for my phone, like the IMEI number, and then like a whole bunch of other stuff. So I've been like, yeah. But it's been so long. I like my phone was lost March 11th, bro. I'm about to hit a whole month phoneless, out the matrix.
You ain't have a phone for your birthday?
I sure didn't. I sure didn't at all.
What's he calling you on?
Am I your computer?
Yeah, yeah. So like, if my computer just so happened to be open, you know what I'm saying, I might get a text or two, you know what I'm saying. But like if shoot, bro, there be days, you know what I'm saying, I don't open it until like end of the day. Be a flood coming in. I'm responding to like old stuff, or I'm just missing out on stuff. So I was okay though. I kind of showed up for everything, but like after like a 3 weeks in, you know, now it's like, oh shoot, like bro, I haven't been on Instagram like that. Then I'm missing a whole like I missed the CEA pageant by accident, bro. That sucked. Like I only showed up to the SOE one. Like all that. I've been struggling, bro. I be writing down directions on a sheet of paper, literally. If you take it, I'm living life like it's 91, bro. Like literally.
On a sheet of paper is crazy.
That's all I got. All I got. I remember I went to Kennedy.
It's taking her so long. I'm about to tweak out. Should we get boba first, or should we go to the Dollar Tree first?
Dollar Tree.
Okay. Dollar Tree it is. Okay.
But yeah, man, out the loop, man. So it's like, but usually everybody's knocking my door. Like that's how I keep in contact for real. But shoot, if you don't got an iPhone, though, it's a wrap. Like shoot, like you're in that section. I'll be on Instagram.com here and there. I'll be scrolling. You know, I don't be on GroupMe at all though. That's what I'm saying. That's why I missed the band thing. So crazy.
Yeah. You can get on GroupMe, can't you?
Yeah, I guess I could get on GroupMe.com, but who's doing that? So I be what you? Oh my gosh, please.
I be looking on my computer sometimes.
Yeah. Kind of got to now. I'm starting to miss out. But yeah.
Here she goes.
Well, all right, man. I was just checking up on you. I'm saying it's been a little minute.
This girl, where's her bag?
All right, well, I
It's already in here, ain't it?
can talk to you later.
All right. I'll see you, bro. Hopefully my laptop
If you're in
open.
your room, I'll probably come to your room.
Yeah. That's the only way. No cap.
All right.
Shit, nigga. Alright, this is the irritating part that I'm really trying to navigate, bro. It's 5:34, 44. I talked to my mom like I sat down in the chair like around 2 o'clock. I low key been sitting here for like it says 4 hours and 30 minutes me just chatting. It was good to catch up and to listen to what my mom and stuff had to say, but this is still kind of wrong. So I can't do that. I got a lot of work to do, bruh. But I'm glad that I was able to have a conversation with everybody and kind of figure out like what's going on for real. And you know what I'm saying? Just kind of get like an understanding. And I just pray for everybody. Hey Rashawn, I love you. I'm praying for you. You're such a strong shoulders. I believe that, man. I claim that. Thanks, K. Your concerns for about me. But yeah, bro, I got a lot of stuff to worry about. God's blessed me. I was able to get my test moved back for Thursday instead of tomorrow for Thursday. But I still got a test on Wednesday, and I still got to study, and I still wasting time. So it's just a lot of other things that are piling up on each other, and I need to get that handled. So I appreciate most of the little things. So yeah, Chiefs and prayer, man. Gotta get right.